Pues buenos días a todas y a todos, también a aquellos que nos siguen online. Un saludo especial a aquellos que nos seguiréis
Good morning,
posteriormente
everyone, to
este
everyone
vídeo.
here and to
Bienvenidos
all of those who are following us
premios Unión
online
Europea,
on streaming.
EU-CELAC,
Welcome, members of the
incertidumbre ante
European
desafíos
Union.
globales
This meeting is called CELAC,
y
Creating
comunes.
Certainty in the Face of
Estamos
Common and
fundamentalmente en
Global
momentos
Challenges. We're
cruciales
dealing with
de nuestra historia,
major challenges in crucial
donde
moments of our
realmente los
history.
desafíos globales están al orden
Global
del día
challenges are
y
ever more
lo que tenemos
present,
que trabajar
and we have to see how we can work
para
together
crear
in a
certidumbre,
better way
porque creo que
to
son
create
pilares que
certainties.
podemos
This is one
utilizar
of
a la
the
hora de
major
poder hacer frente a todos estos
challenges that we have
desafíos a los que nos
not
enfrentamos
working together.
hoy en día. Este encuentro está organizado
This
por el
meeting has
Ministerio
been
de Asuntos
organized by
Exteriores
the Ministry of
de
Foreign Affairs,
Cooperación y de Unión Europea a través de la
the
Secretaría General
Cooperation and European Union
del
Ministry,
Gobierno de
through the
España
Secretariat of the
y
European Union of the
con la
Government of Spain,
colaboración de
together with the
la
Juste
Embajada
Foundation
Anfitrión de
and with the
Burgos, la
cooperation
Delegación
of the
de Cáceres
regional
y por
government,
supuesto
the
el Real
regional government of
Monasterio de
Cáceres and
Badajoz,
Badajoz, and of course the Royal
con la
Monastery
bienvenida
of Guadalupe
en casa.
that is hosting us.
Quiero también agradecer a todas aquellas
I also
personas
wish to
que se han
thank all
inscrito
the people
de
that
diferentes
registered
países, tanto de Europa como
from
de España.
different
Paso
countries,
a citar, tenemos inscritos
from the European
desde
Union and Spain. We have
Suiza, Argentina,
people registered from Spain, Belgium, Argentina,
Colombia,
Peru,
México,
Honduras,
Ecuador,
Colombia, Mexico,
Canadá,
Morocco,
Venezuela,
Guatemala,
Portugal,
Venezuela, Portugal,
Panamá,
Argentina,
Nicaragua,
Ecuador, Panama,
Brasil,
Nicaragua, Italy,
Haití,
France, Spain,
Estados
Bolivia,
Unidos y
Haiti,
Chile.
United States, and Chile.
Una cordial
So
bienvenida a
I
todos
wish to
aquellos
warmly welcome
que nos puedan
everyone,
seguir
and
adecuadamente
I
en el
really
canal
hope that you
de
can
YouTube.
follow us
Decir
adequately
también que
on the
el
YouTube
encuentro
channel. I must also say that this event is being broadcasted in Spanish and in English. It will be recorded and there will be a follow up in Brussels. The second part will take place on December 3rd. So, without any further ado, we're going to give the floor to um, those who will be in charge of inaugurating the meeting. I have the honor of meeting the director of the Juste Foundation, Juan Carlos Moreno. You have the floor. Mr. Secretary of State for the European Union of the Government of Spain, Mr. Ambassador of Honduras in Spain, Mrs. Ambassador of Hungary in Spain, diplomatic directors or representatives, representatives from the judiciary, Mrs. Director of the Extremadura International Development for Cooperation Agency, dear Isabel, dear Fry Guillermo, dear friends, good morning, Europe, and good evening, America. I wish to welcome you all on behalf of the European and Ibero-American Academy of Justice. It's a public foundation. It's a European foundation, and it's also an Ibero-American foundation, which under the honorary presidency of His Majesty King Felipe VI aims to contribute to the promotion and consolidation of the existing links between Extremadura, Europe, and Ibero-America under the principles of loyalty, respect for the identity of each nation, mutual benefit, and solidarity. The purpose of the foundation is the promotion of democracy, respect for human rights, fostering peace and international harmony, as well as the integral, harmonious, balanced, and sustainable development of all peoples and nations of the world, particularly through the encouragement of culture, research, dissemination of knowledge, and social integration. Speaking today of these two regions of the world, Europe and Iberoamerica, involves talking about a group of states that represent together over a fourth of the world's GDP, a third of the members of the UN, and almost half of the members of the G20. 60 countries that, when they act together, contribute to major achievements. But the implications go far beyond that. We are speaking of a community of people bound together by ties of blood mixed over hundreds of years, forging an intangible heritage based on shared culture, in which language acts as a vehicle. Undoubtedly, culture unites us and helps us to have a common identity. But it is also necessary to initiate a joint search for solutions to common problems. Because in today's world, problems are no one's exclusive burden. This common search of answers to our challenges is very complex and long lasting. It is a tree that we are planting and whose shade we will surely not sit in. But we are obliged to water and fertilize it in the hope that one day our children's children will enjoy it. We do not know if that when will be in 2030 or much farther. And until that goal is reached, the challenge for the present generation is to work to advance along the way. And in light of what we saw at the Ecuador summit, it seems like the road will be a long one. As Maria Benedetti put it, um, one goes backwards with certainty, but one gropes forward. On the hesitance-full road to the future, there are many uncertainties, but very few um, certainties. And among these few certainties, I recognize above all the need for um, the tomorrow. Uh, I recognize above all the need for tomorrow to be built on the pillars of democracy, freedom, solidarity, respect for human rights, and the dignity of the individual, values that are underpinned by the strength of the rule of law. Therefore, as the King of Spain said at the closing of the Cuenca Summit, we must focus on what unites us and overcome the differences that may arise, preserving the consensus built in the 3 decades of summits to continue making Ibero-America, since there is much more that unites us than what separates us. And this is the reason we have organized this meeting to analyze both the results of the EU-CELAC Summit of Heads of State and Government that took place in Brussels in July 23 under the Spanish presidency of the Council of the European Union, and the results of the recent Ibero-American Summit of Heads of State and Government that took place in Ecuador. The purpose is to identify and analyze the main current and future global issues and challenges for the European Union, for Ibero-America, and for the Caribbean, and to provide reflections on what we can do together in preparation for the CELAC EU Summit that will be held in Bogota in 2025, and for the next Ibero-American Summit to be held in Spain in 2026. We have 2 years ahead of us in which Spain has the task of promoting much needed dialogue. I am very grateful to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, European Union and Cooperation of the Government of Spain for the trust placed in the Juste Foundation for the organization of this meeting in a place that is very special, as you can see, the Royal Monastery of Santa Maria de Guadalupe, declared a World Heritage Site by UNESCO in 1993. We are being hosted by the hospitality of the Franciscan order, which greets us with the words peace and good. Peace and good, which is precisely what we often miss in the Ibero-American community. Just as I have expressed my gratitude to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, European Union and Cooperation as an institution, I would also like to acknowledge the work of those people responsible for it, the people who have collaborated with us to make this meeting possible. I really wish to thank you all for this work during these past months and this past year that made it possible to meet here in Guadalupe in the Royal Monastery, creating a suitable atmosphere for analysis and serene reflection. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Director. Now we're going to give the floor to Brother Miguel Ferrato. Please, welcome. Feel welcome to this house of the common mother. I wish to apologize to begin with because unexpectedly you have had to wait for my presence when I should have been waiting for your presence. I am really sorry about this. My words would be peace and good, and please be welcome. Good morning and good evening to those of us who are following this meeting from other parts of the world. Please feel warmly welcome, all of you who are present here in this Moorish hall of the Monastery of Guadalupe in Extremadura. Those of us who are following us from different places, please also feel welcome. Those who are remotely connected and who will be able to follow us and will have the opportunity to uh, learning how to create certainties. Distinguished authorities who are here in this panel, all the entities that are here honoring us with your presence, all authorities who are here in this hall and in this home of the common mother, Saint Mary of Guadalupe. Please feel at home and you can trust this house because we are being protected by our common mother. I wish to um, extend my gratitude to everyone here and emphasize the task and the job of the European and Ibero-American Academy of Juste is carrying out. Its director and representatives in Brussels have put lots of work in organizing this meeting, as well as um, the different collaborators. Thanks to the sponsors and all participants who are going to be here as panelists or as attendees. Thank you very much, and I wish you all a very fruitful meeting. I also wish to share a thought with you. You are honoring us with your presence here, and you are honoring Extremadura and the Franciscan order that is headquartered here in Guadalupe. It is an honor that in these times we can be hosting this meeting and the fact that there has been so much interest in this meeting that is so pertinent and so relevant. I hope that these days of positive thought and serene reflection in this common meeting with such different and complementary views, I really hope, as I was saying, that these days in the common house of the common mother, we will be able to bridge gaps rather than creating builds and building pits. And I hope that we will be able to become instruments of good and peace. Certainties can be created not only from rational and artificial intelligence, but also mostly based on emotional intelligence. Certainties are created from inner peace and thanks to the promotion to interpersonal, international, and global relations. A few days ago, in this same room, there was a historic symposium taking place in memory of 12 men. Some people mentioned in the symposium that there was probably another man. We're talking about men who were wearing this same Franciscan suit and who were friars from the 16th century. people who offered their lives to forging Americas and who have the evangelical spirit, a humble spirit, and a simple spirit. These 13 men were true servers, and in a very simple and true way, we discovered these men as people who didn't uh, dig pits but bridged gaps because they uh, felt as equals to those who they sent the evangelical news to. This joint dialogue should help us understand that we can grow together and we can help common horizons of hope in the ideal of a shared communal life, a life that is rewarding in different ways and that can be fruitful for people in different situations. Thanks a lot for your presence, and let us work with hope. Thank you very much, Father. Thanks for welcoming us once again in your home. And hopefully, we will see you this afternoon when we take a guided visit to the meeting. I'm going to give the floor Isabel Belloso Hueso, who's the director of the Foreign Development Foundation of the Regional Government of Extremadura. Thank you very much. Um, His Excellency Secretary of State for the European Union, distinguished ambassadors of Honduras and Hungary, dear Father of the Monastery of Guadalupe, and dear Director of the Foundation, authorities, panelists, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor for me as the Director of the Extremanian Agency for Development of the Regional Government of Extremadura to welcome you all to this historic site, the Monastery of Guadalupe, and on this special occasion. This place is a symbol not only for Extremadura, it has also been able to bear witness to the deep ties that connect Europe with Latin America and the Caribbean. Today, this emblematic space becomes the home of a transcendental dialogue between regions that share more than history. We share challenges, values, and a common future. We have a context, as it has been mentioned, of uncertainty, and cooperation is necessary. The world is being marked by complexities that go beyond our borders. We have the impact of climate change. One of its episodes has been suffered in Valencia recently, and I want to use this opportunity to show our solidarity and our concern from the regional government of Extremadura. Social and economic inequalities, crisis, and geopolitical challenges that are threatening with fragmenting our societies. Extremadura, Latin America, and the Caribbean are not alien to these dynamics. We are essential stakeholders in the search for solutions. The recent pandemic, the conflicts and wars in different regions, for example, the Near East, remind us of fragility or the weakness of our certainties. However, as Eduardo Galeano put it, many small people doing many small things in many small places can change the world. So that is our goal. This encounter is a collective event to show that when we add individual efforts, we can create sustainable and bold answers to these common challenges that are affecting the world. From Extremadura, we can play an important role because uh, because of our cultural ties, and in a place like Guadalupe, we can talk about emotional ties. Extremadura has a unique relationship with Latin America and the Caribbean, not only because our episodes in the shared history, but also because of the present that we have and because of the future that we want to build together. This region that I'm proudly representing feels deeply connected to the values, aspirations of our friends and comrades beyond the Atlantic Ocean. Guadalupe, the place that's hosting us, was the witness of the beginning of a relationship between two worlds 5 centuries ago. Over 5 centuries ago, there was a meeting uh, and an exchange of cultures and identities. And this is where the first steps of dialogue took place. This dialogue is going on, and we keep strengthening that with strategic alliances. However, our connection is not only historic, it's also a connection that is emotional, cultural, social, and economic. Uh, Extremadura, with its rural vocation, shares the richness of its identity and the challenges of preserving it in a global context that is at risk.
We can appeal to solidarity, Gabriel Garcia Marquez said. The solidarity is the tenderness of peoples. So let's make appeal to that tenderness. Let us implement it in a material way by all stakeholders. And thirdly, I also meant to say that we have shared challenges: climate change, social justice, and innovation. We must face those monumental challenges together. Climate change does not make a difference between regions. Latin America and the Caribbean and Europe are on the first line of that problem. We must advance towards a fair ecological transition, and we must guarantee food security in the concept of incertitude. In Extremadura, just like in many other places in Latin America, agriculture is a way of life. Despite that, extreme meteorological events and climate change threaten our traditions and our local economies and our livelihoods. Our collaboration can make a difference here, and I am convinced that out of this forum, new commitments and proposals for added value will come out. It's also an opportunity to reduce inequalities through digitalization, through the new technologies. They offer us a great opportunity to transform our regions, and we must do it in an inclusive way, making sure that no one is left behind. We must equally reinforce our democracies in a world where polarizations and fractures represent threats. Latin America and the Caribbean share a deep commitment for democratic values. So solidarity and the exchange of experiences and opinions can be decisive as well. Here, let us build certitudes. The cooperation, international cooperation in general, and international cooperation for development are ways, are tools for managing global problems, and is also an expression of our deeper values. From Extremadura, we work so that this collaboration, so that this cooperation is a lever for a greater human development. Von der Leyen said that we are in the midst of a new commencement between older friends. That spirit of friendship and collaboration must guide us in our cooperation. But it's not enough to remember the past. We know that in Extremadura, we must build the present and project towards the future. So this forum is a great chance to reflect about the multidimensional perspectives of the relationship between Europe and Spain and Latin America and the Caribbean, and to build together a work plan with good solidarity and good actions. So I invite you to take advantage of this space to build ambitious, to establish a dialogue and build ambitious proposals and a common and collective commitment in order to advance in our relationship. The diplomat and Extremadurian writer Donoso Cortés says that we must get together not just to do things together, but to solve things together. And we must focus on our needs and on our solving our problems together. These words have a good echo because our challenges need a common response based on decisive action. Thank you, Fundación Juste. Thank you, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and all organizations that made this encounter possible. I'm sure that these will be decisive and they will mark a new chapter in the relationship of the CELAC and the European Union. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, dear Director. Marlon Bavarier, the Ambassador of Honduras in Spain and pro tempore President of the Community of States of Latin America and the Caribbean. Thank you very much. Secretary of State for the European Union, Mr. Fernando Mariano, respectable members of the main table, distinguished participants, both virtually and in presence of this event. It's a great honor for me to address you in this gathering, highlighting the importance of the bi-regional relationships between the European Union and the Community of Latin American and Caribbean States, CELAC. CELAC, our association, forged along decades, goes well beyond a political agreement. It's about shared goals, and it's actually today we are around a common commitment. We must reinforce our commitment strategically, and we must seize the opportunities that we may have in this new stage of collaboration. The third summit, CELAC European Union, celebrated in Brussels, July the 17th and 18th, 2023, marked a historical milestone. After 8 years of pause, thanks to the pro tempore presidency of Spain in the European Union, relationships, our dialogue came to the conclusion that we must advance towards a more strategic relationship. We therefore strengthened our relationship and we sent an unequivocal message to the world. We are together in order to face global challenges together and to build a sustainable future based on our common values. From our summit, leaders from both regions adopted a joint declaration establishing the priorities of our association. Even though it was not signed by all states, its content reflects a firm commitment around key topics affecting both Latin America and the Caribbean and Europe. Amongst the most important ones are the commitments about multilateralism and human rights, peace and security in the world, climate change and sustainability. And I want to do present this here in order to send our solidarity to the people impacted and affected by Dana here in Valencia, and to share with you that we in Honduras also suffered a tropical storm last weekend, causing 5 deaths and having impacted 50,000 people. And we thank the international cooperation, the development banks, and the Kingdom of Spain for significant donations being made to palliate the damages. So other climate change and sustainability, this includes commerce and investments, the digital transition, and the health resilience. These commitments are a reflection of a common understanding, looking not just to the present, but projecting towards a future full of possibilities for our region. One of the main pillars of this renovated association is the agenda for investments called Global Gateway. represented one of the most ambitious investment initiatives between our regions, with an initial commitment from the European Union to invest 45 billion euros in Latin America and the Caribbean up until 2027. The Global Investment Agenda, Global Gateway, has as its goal to break the investment lag in digital transformation, energy, and the production of cleaner energies. Energy transition and the production of cleaner energies. Latin America and the Caribbean, we have with its vast resource richness, will have a leading role in global transformation and translation, and a rational exploitation of critical raw materials and minerals that will not only reinforce our economies, but it will also guarantee their supply chains will be sustainable, resilient, and fair. The global investment gateway also makes sure that will make sure that the investment will get to global communities, improving the quality of life and creating opportunities for all. We're on the threshold of a new era in our bioregional relationships, with many challenges, but also a great consensus. The approved plan for 2025 will make it so that the regions can work together in order to face global challenges. This roadmap, this plan, must be reworked later on in order to be implemented. We have made an effort to build bridges in our regions, demonstrated that leadership based on consensus and inclusion is key for a successful association. The leadership of Honduras as pro tempore president of CELAC in 2024 has been fundamental in order to keep the momentum of our association. As an example of that, the enlarged Troika met in New York, cited by the Chancellor of Honduras and the High Representative and Vice President of the European Union, Josep Borrell. During that meeting, it became evident that both regions have committed in order to make progress around this strategic roadmap and agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, the relationship between the European Union and the CELAC goes beyond a political commitment. It's about shared values. It's about a future, a vision for the future. Together, we have the opportunity to lead a global change towards some sustainable development and some fair and inclusive development as well. I invite all people present here to take the necessary steps to reinforce this historical commitment. The success of our collaboration will not only benefit our regions, but it will also be an example to the world of how a gathering of efforts can transform challenges into opportunities. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, dear Ambassador, for your kind words that we thank in the name of us all. And we must continue, as you say, to work in continuity of the summit that took place last year. Now the floor goes to Catherine, to Madam Ambassador from Hungary. Please, you have the floor. Mr. Secretary of State, Ms. Director, Mr. Ambassador, dear Father, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, everyone. It's a great honor for me to participate in this forum organized in order to foster the relationships between our Europe and the countries of CELAC. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank you for your invitation. We have the temporary presidency of the European Union. As you know, we have very many priorities which are to lead strategic debates for our Europe. But other than that, we also try to be present in different fora as important as this one, as this conference today. Amongst our priorities, there is competitiveness. That's a priority that is quite relevant for this conference today. Please allow me to share with you some of the elements of the Hungarian position regarding cooperation between the European Union and CELAC. Latin America and the Caribbean and the European continent are linked by some common values such as respect for tradition, religion, sovereignty, human rights, and fundamental freedoms. These are and also share interests such as economic transformation, environmental respect, and commercial relationships. In the turbulent situation, the Russian invasion of Ukraine or the situation in the Middle East, this relationship tends to be relegated to its second plan. But Latin America and the Caribbean offer a great array of opportunities. It's very clear that other actors are increasing their presence in the region more than Europe is. There has been a penetration of China in that market, such as we heard last year, about the announcement of the construction of a big port in Peru. Europe must ask itself about that. It's necessary that we as the European Union maintain a high level of commitment with the countries in Latin America and the Caribbean in order to look for opportunities for recuperation. We are very happy that a summit was celebrating between the European Union and the countries that which is members of the CELAC on the other side. The Hungarian government considers it's very important to continue to cooperate with the CELAC during its presidency of the Council. And we think that the framework from 2015 is great for that. The Hungarian government acknowledged the change in the local dynamics, and we value our reinforced presence in the region thanks to the Southern Opening strategy. We have a presence in 10 different countries. We have amplified our diplomatic and consulate network there. Regarding the fields of expertise that we have, I'd like to underline that Hungary supports in general free trade agreements between the European Union and other places and regions. According to us, those agreements are essential for the EU to get back to a leadership position in the global economy. We're also convinced that in the midst of the current crisis, I cannot forget protecting the environment that must be combined with the economic development and the increase of competitiveness. The Declaration of Budapest, adopted in the resolution of the November 8th European Council, said that we want to make the European Union the first climate neutral region in the world. In order to implement all of that, we also need international associations. Cooperation cannot be completed without the mutual knowledge transfer and the exchange of experiences according to the goals of the 2030 agenda. In this sense, we also implement a cooperation with countries in Latin America and the Caribbean on several areas. And we've supported that during our presidency of the Council. For example, there's been an exchange of experiences about water with Argentina, Costa Rica, Peru, Mexico, and Brazil, a technology transfer, water transfer, and business forum in Guatemala, Peru, and Ecuador. Cooperation in the struggle against irregular immigration with the Dominican Republic, protection of the Amazon forest, cooperation with Ecuador under the initiative in Europe, and more than 600 grants from Hungary to 18 different countries, and to the SAHIP and to the Pacific Association as well. Hungary, as an observatory partner of SAHIP, is committed and continues to work for deepening our relationship with the SAHIP countries through programs such as the possibility to have an access to the Hungarian grants under the program Stipendium Hungaricum. Europe needs the countries of CELAC. I'll say it clearly. We must generate further investment and increase our level of admission. More practice and less theory. We must send clear and direct messages. Europe and the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean need a strategic perspective, and a role here in the European Union is to do as much as possible, not to waste any more time, so that this great project of ours can become a reality. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ambassador Kathleen Poth. Actually forgot to say that you are part of the patronage of the UCE Foundation. That's a great honor for us. Regrettably, we will have to go online now because of last-minute changes. Fernando Martínez and Pedro Marcos, Secretary of State for the European Union, Ministry of the Foreign Relationships, European Union, Cooperation of the Government of Spain. I think there is a link there. Can we go ahead? Yes. Okay. Mr. Secretary of State, you have the floor. Very good morning, Europe and Guadalupe. Good evening, Latin America and the Caribbean. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you can hear me okay. They told me there were some linking problems, but I think they have been solved. I'd like to say first and foremost that there is a very deep relationship between our government and regions. And I'd like to thank very profoundly all tokens of solidarity and affection coming from all over the world because of the recent Dana, and very especially from Latin America and the Caribbean. We will remember all victims here and there, and we will send a message of support and solidarity to all citizens affected by these climatic tragedies in Spain, in Honduras, and in very many countries in both our regions. I regret very deeply not to be able to be with you there in person in such a special place as the Monastery of Guadalupe because of a last-minute change of agenda. I'm very happy to be able to do it here, and I'll also be very happy to be there in person in Brussels in December 3rd in our next event. Minister Alvarez is first vice president of the UCE Foundation, and on behalf of his, I wanted to express that there is a very rich relationship between the Latin American and Caribbean region and the European Union. This encounter takes place in a very opportune moment after the third summit of the EU-CELAC that put our relationships in the center of our strategy. that was celebrated in Brussels last year during the presidency of Spain. And with an eye on the fourth summit that will be organized by Colombia next year. The events these days are within the collaboration of the UC Foundation and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, having as a goal the common interest of both our regions. I wanted to underline that the history that we share in both regions is a history of encounter, of solidarity, fraternity, and respect and common values. And why not? We should also say that it's about common readings, common songs, and common themes and human relationships that join us together as also our economic traits. As a token of that, there are over 6 million Europeans living in Latin America and over 7 million Latin Americans and Caribbeans living in Europe. These citizens sustain our very strong regional ties. We are the great children of people crossing the Atlantic. I am one of those who crossed the Atlantic in both directions. We are the children of a generation having suffered dictatorships, both there and here. And also, we are children of a generation with hope. We are colleagues and students of Latin American teachers and European teachers. We have been students taking part of student programs, having made us cross the Atlantic in both directions. I will organize my talk around two pillars. First, there's a change of cycle in the European Union and the priorities that mark the European agenda in the coming years. And secondly, I'd like to reflect upon the links joining our regions and the need for putting our efforts together to face the future. I'll start the first block by saying that we are in a crossroads for the region, full of challenges and opportunities. At this crossroads, it's interesting to reflect upon the Europe we wish to build. The reflection has been made from the European institutions that includes the whole of the European society and also its academia. For the past 5 years, there have been very great social and health problems, also marked by not just the pandemic, but also the war in Ukraine. There's a new presidency of the council. There has been Antonio Costa, who is also a Euro-American. There has been Maria Callas, and there is a new college of commissars led by President von der Leyen. The experience of the pandemic and the Russian invasion of Ukraine, together with the increasing conscience that we need a new strategy in order to limit our loss of weight in the global politics and economy, have marked the priorities of the region. It's interesting to compare older policies with the more recent policies of the European Union. We used to speak of climate change, the promotion of European values, and the creation of a solid economic base. Now, the new pillars of the new agenda look more inwardly: security, competitiveness, and the protection of our borders. These are goals adapted to the current moment, but we in Spain will insist to reinforce some other elements, and I'll underline the following. The efforts to make sure that we increase our competitiveness must go. The efforts to be greener and more competitive must also observe a respect of other parameters. And I think that is there at both sides of the Atlantic, and that is to leave no one behind in these new transitions. Secondly, the priority of the strategic agenda um, go to the transformation of the productive model with the citizens at the center. And that requires to develop a new industrial policy that is ambitious.
We want to have a European Union that's open to the world because we can find solutions for our problems just looking at ourselves. Multilateralism needs to be fostered as well as the respect for human rights. It also involves not losing sight of a single market to improve our strategic economy. And we must emphasize that this economy must be open. And this must be done without falling into protectionism and without forgetting the pillars of the union. We have our association agreements and our commercial relationships with other countries, trade relationships. That's very important. The second block of the intervention is as follows. Because of the external dimension of our activities, we must keep defending in this new cycle change Latin America as a priority because it is one of the regions in the world that we share the most with. So our historic ties should be preserved. There is a renewed interest in the region of Latin America and the Caribbean. We must emphasize the mention to Latin America in the discourse of the State of the Union in 2022 before the Spanish presidency. The president of the council, Charles Michel, was firmly committed with Latin America and the Caribbean and said so. And there have been high-level meetings with the different countries of the region in these years. President von der Leyen last year took an extensive visit to the region. Guimares met with Mari Callas, who will replace Josep Borrell in the next days, and it was emphasized that this region and this agenda must be strengthened in the next years. The European Union and Latin America and the Caribbean are not just history and culture. They involve a set of joint priorities that translate into a convergence of the large topics that are part of the European Union. United by history and our values, both regions now have a fruitful association and long-lasting association that help us join forces for the future. Internationally, in this international complex situation marked by large challenges, the situation of China, the US, and the surge of Asia economically, in this situation, European and Europe and Latin America are at risk of being cited, and that's why the strengthening and the of our ties is fundamental. In this sense, both regions must make an ongoing effort to close their ties, and using the words of the Commissioner Ferreira, we are natural partners, and we moved from being natural partners to being partners by election. Our natural partners and a common priority for each other. We are increasingly aware of the need to strengthen these ties. In the case of the European Union, we need a reliable partners with whom we share values, and this is an imperative in this geopolitical context. That's why it is important to emphasize that both regions share a common vision of the world and are many more things that unite us, many more than what separate us, as it has been said already, as the president of the Academy said it. Latin America is a partner with whom we can exchange experiences, we can exchange many aspects in a successful way and in a prosperous way. The promotion of reindustrialization and modernization can set the pace for sustainable and inclusive growth. It is a mutually beneficial relationship that must be strengthened. The idea of emphasizing these relations was present before 1 year before the Spanish presidency during the third meeting of foreign affairs meetings that took place in Buenos Aires and that crystallized in two documents that were released. The common action presented by Borrani Commission, a new agenda for presented on June 7th, 2023, and the declaration of the third or the statement of the third summit. That is the reference framework of the relationship between our two regions for the future. This is a set of instruments that can be used by these two regions, and there's a common object to prioritize cooperation. In line with this objective, a series of goals were established. There's a bi-regional roadmap, and initiatives have been adopted, like the digital alliance between the EU and Latin America and the Caribbean strategy. In Madrid, last July, the second meeting for the follow-up of the investment agenda in Latin America took place. We have advanced in many key aspects that will be decisive to promote our cooperation, and the triple transition will benefit from it, the fight against climate change and the loss of biodiversity. We're also talking about food security, governance, and the fight against transnational crime. And we are very committed with these and other aspects. The cooperation between the EU and Latin America and the Caribbean includes associations with Mexico and Mercosur trade agreements. This will have a positive impact on the economies of both partners and will help us create dynamism in the two regions thanks to our shared objectives. Anyways, to guarantee the continuity of our relationships, the key is to have a common agenda. We must defend our agenda commonly with the purpose of creating alliances based on this common agenda. This reflection on the situation of our bi-regional agenda has to take into consideration the international context. We are forced to understand each other, and we must fund our relations in three pillars. The transformation of regional Latin America and the Caribbean must have a priority place in the European agenda, and in the 5-year plan, it must be made clear, and there must be clear respect, mutual respect to guarantee our relations. In terms of the summit next year, our priority is to ensure that this political um, i- um, dynamism is not lost. I want to close by emphasizing our cooperation. Spaces like this help us base our activities for the next 5 years. I hope that this, and I trust, and I'm confident that these days will help our reflections and will be inspiring to keep working together and to guarantee our strategic relationship with Latin America and the Caribbean. These outcomes will be the outcomes will be presented in this follow-up meeting that will take place on December 6th in Brussels. In that meeting, we will have a new opportunity to keep strengthening our relations with our region that is a priority for us. There's a saying, an African saying that goes, because we have a wonderful relationship with Africa too, and the saying goes, to go very fast, we can go by ourselves. But if we want to go far, it's better to go together. And I am sure that the European Union and Latin America and the Caribbean will go on doing so. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Secretary of State, for these words that set the path in this new cycle that is starting in the European Union. We have a commission that will start working on December 1st, and we have the need to strengthen those ties that connect the two regions, creating relationships, because that is precisely what can help us create certainties. It will be a pleasure to see you again. I hope that we can see each other face to face in this meeting in December. And with these words of the Secretary of State, we can start the agenda to start reflecting and debating on those key aspects that we included in the agenda as the outcome of this meeting that took place in Brussels. We are going to start working. So we're going to close the inauguration panel, and we are going to start with the first presentation. We are going to break for a few minutes so that we can change the panel. let's continue with this meeting on relations between the European and the CELAC to face, the common challenges. It is a great honor to have with us Anika Lotson Lopez, who's the head of the Office for Latin America and the Caribbean, a member of the Office of the High Representative for Foreign Affairs and Politics of the European Union, and the Office of the Vice President of the European Commission. The title is Relationships between European Union and the Latin America and the Caribbean, defense of the multilateralism. I'm not going to emphasize Anika's curriculum because all participants have the bios of all panelists and they're also available on our website. So thanks a lot, Anika, for making the effort of coming here, taking a rush trip um, from Brussels in such a particularly complicated times of change in Brussels. It's a time of transition, so your presence here is particularly special. Thank you very much. You have the floor. Thank you very much. Or and good morning or good evening if you are in Latin America. Authorities, excellencies, and representatives. I want to start by thanking the Juste Foundation, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Spain, and the other institutions that made this meeting possible. It is a very timely event. I also wish to thank the Monastery of Santa Maria de Guadalupe, St. Mary of Guadalupe, for hosting us. It is a great honor and the presence to take the floor here on behalf of the High Representative of the External Foreign and Security Policy Affairs. Mr. Josep Borrell can't be here because he is on a mission in the Near East. As you know, since the High Representative started his mandate in the year 2008 and 16. Sorry, the interpreter corrects herself. I didn't get the date because of sound problems. So since Mr. Borrell became the High Representative in 2019, he has worked tirelessly to put Latin America and the Caribbean at the top of the strategic agenda of the European Union. Today, we can say that the commitment of the European Union with Latin America and the Caribbean has been made patent. And this was made possible thanks to the shared commitment of everyone, CELAC, the European Union, the private, the public sector, organizations of the civil society, experts, and members of the academia in both sides of the Atlantic. Together, we have gone from we have renewed the alliance and gone from a situation where there were just a bilateral summit to a more active period. Let's go over the keys of our relationship and its recent evolutions. First, far beyond the inertia of our historic and natural ties, the European Union and Latin America and the Caribbean are partners by election, as the Secretary of State was saying. We share interests, fundamental values that make us particularly close when it comes to facing the current challenge thanks to our strategic alliance. Of course, as it happens in all long-lasting relationships, there are some differences that arise from our diversity, and there are many things to improve, starting by having better and more dialogue and listening. But we know that we can count on each other, and we can count on the mutual solidarity, which is fundamental in a changing world and where stable alliances is more and more complicated. Our shared goal is the title of this meeting here today, creating certainties in the face of global shared challenges. The certainty of life with dignity, safety, prosperity in societies that are that have cohesion and respectful. We want to ensure the resilience of multilateral institutions and domestic institutions to this end, based on the principles of democracy and the right of law and the rule of law, sorry. And to do this, there are many initiatives that have already been mentioned. There are many challenges that have also been mentioned, like wars and pandemics, and there have been tragedies or situations that go against infrastructures. There's organized crime, and there are other aggressions that are maybe less tangible, like attacks to cybersecurity, disinformation, that aim to destabilize our societies. So these attempts to the trust in democracy is a very large attack, and that is one of the pillars of our society. We also have another threat that is those threats to our economic interdependencies. In the face of this, in the EU and Latin America and the Caribbean, we decided to renew our strategic alliances thanks to agreements and actions that help us address common priorities. Our priorities, as the director of the foundation mentioned, uh, include multilateralism. The Secretary of State talked about transitions, social, digital, and environmental transition. And we have security, defense, and democracy, human rights, and rule of law. And we address all of these together on different levels, multilateral, bi-regional, and regionally. I am going to address these three levels in my presentation. Let's start with our cooperation on a multilateral level. Together, the European Union and the countries from Latin America and the Caribbean represent almost a third of all votes in the United Nations. That is why it's important to work together to have an impact when it comes to configuring world rules in arenas like sustainable development, trade, environment. We can all remember the success that we had last year with the High Seas Treaty on the conservation of marine biodiversity. We defended it together. We also defended firmly the respect to the Charter of the United Nations and the human rights. Humanitarian law, it's crucial when it comes to denouncing abuses like the one in Palestine, because we know that if we don't condemn abuses, we may be next. At the same time, the European Union and Latin America and the Caribbean are working together to reinforce and reform these institutions and these international fora, because it's not enough to just denounce things and create laws. We have to make institutions more effective and inclusive, and particularly the region of Latin America and the Caribbean is legitimately claiming a larger space of influence in the main decision-making aspects, and the European Union is supporting this. In the field of global justice, the Latin America and the Caribbean asks us to deepen our association to address together things like the alleviation of debt, climate funding, and funding of financial architecture. And they can count on us in these fields. Let's talk about our bi-regional cooperation. Bi-regional cooperation between the European Union and Latin America and the Caribbean has intensified since 2019 in almost all levels. On the occasion of the ministry informal meeting that took place in Berlin on December 2020 under the German presidency of the Council, there we made clear that we had a common willingness to work together to better address, among other things, the multiple crises that arose from the pandemic that affected mostly Latin America and the green, digital, and fair transition. In a common declaration, we identified actions, very deep actions that had a multidimensional actions to improve our resilience in the face of these challenges. Thanks to all this intense work, we were able to uh, um, create one of our major achievements, that was the EU-CELAC meeting that took place last year. Other panelists have already touched upon this topic. It was the first summit in 8 years. It finished with a commitment to modernize our ties. The commitment was to have meetings every 2 years, to have more ongoing dialogues, and we showed the world that we are politically aligned. The roadmap of this meeting um, for 23-25 established some key moments and key events that are taking place. The next summit will take place in 2025. In the meantime, there are other points that are being met. Kaya Kallas, who's representative of this meeting, and before the European Parliament, Mrs. Kallas mentioned the importance of this 2-year summit. We may say that all the efforts that we have made are bearing fruit. It is fundamental to keep the ball rolling and to strengthen our strategic shared agenda. We can't afford to lose another 10 years. On a sub-regional level and multilateral level, we have also harvested fruits. For example, the association agreement with Central America, and there are different levels, like the trade level, and we have a trade agreement with different implications. After 5 years of negotiations, there was a decisive meeting between the High Representative and the President of Chile. Thanks to that, we have an advanced framework agreement with Chile on December 2023. This expands on our cooperations, political, commercial cooperations, and social cooperation. This is a modern and modernized agreement that includes never before seen elements in our cooperation, like for example, a cooperation on a security level, or a section in the trade section to promote the participation of women in economy. I will allow myself to say something. At the beginning of last century, it was my grandmother, a trade woman from Cáceres, who for the first time took encaje de bolillos, the traditional embroidery, to Latin America. So I can say that I can tell you that she lived very well. She made a good living for herself and for her whole family, and she took that embroidery to Mexico. So in these last years, we have renewed our relationships with Mexico and with Brazil too. We celebrated a memorandums of understanding on energy with Argentina, on critical raw materials. We have established agreements with Chile, with Ecuador on security, Salvador, Guatemala. We have also worked with them. And as the ambassador here very well knows, there have been agreements with Honduras. High-level dialogues have been established with Chile, Argentina, and Brazil. For the near future, we need to keep working to concretize the agreement with Mexico, and we hope this will be able to be signed next year during the bilateral summit and the Mercosur. It is important to explain, and it's very important to understand, that this is a very broad agreement that is unprecedented, and that includes cooperation and social aspects in addition to trade, and that it has major implications in the context that we have. And considering that the European Union and Mercosur include 700 million inhabitants, our regions are connected by the thickest network of agreements, but the Mercosur agreement would be the first with this part of the region, and would allow the European Union to expand its presence and connections in the region beyond the US and China. We must make the most of the potential of our relationships. As of today, the EU investments in Latin America and the Caribbean involve over 2.7 million jobs in the region. The companies in the European Union have invested in Latin America and the Caribbean more than in China, India, and Japan put together. But in order to maintain this level, we need to keep paying attention to the region and to the attention that the region deserves. And we need to keep moving forward to create agreements that create certainty, as it should happen with our alliance. In the meantime, we are moving forward on different programs and very specific projects to achieve the objectives, to have better management of the transitions, just, fair, and digital and environmental transition. We will have other panels that will address this. So I don't want to talk too much about this, but I want to mention a few topics that we have been working on in the last years. For example, in the field of green transition, we have implemented different projects for cooperating to promote the ecological transition. And this is a top priority for us. We must consider that Latin America holds half of the world's biodiversity, a third of the world sweetwater resources, and 33% of the forests in the world, including the Amazons. And preserving the Amazons is fundamental for the stability of the climate on a world level. European programs like Euroclimate, Amazonia Plus, the Initiative of Large Forest, and the SAFE project against deforestation are some of the key projects. In the field of green transition or digital transition, the most relevant example is the digital alliance between the EU and 23 countries in Latin America and the Caribbean. The idea is to have better cooperation. We started the Avellan program that made it possible to install the first high-speed digital cable between the EU and Latin America, benefiting 65 million people in 5 countries. We are getting ready to expand this and to include other Latin America countries.
The Copernicus regional centers in Panama and Chile put the European spatial technology at the service of Latin America and the Caribbean in order to face together global and regional catastrophes. And the establishment of the Cybernetic Competence Center in Latin America has the goal to fight cyber crime. The development of what we call social transition, actually I see it as a fundamentally labor transition. We need to generate new capacities, new abilities in order to integrate everyone as part of these transitions. The European Union is making efforts and doing investments in the Erasmus Plus programs for Latin America with 144 million euros invested between 2022 and 2027, and the Bridge program for acknowledgement of qualifications. All of these dimensions are supported by the Global Investment Program Gateway, mentioned by the ambassador of Honduras. I will not delve into it because you've heard about its main pillars. But we need to accelerate its implementation and to keep a constant dialogue with the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean in order to update and identify common priorities for mutual benefits and to implement that in the Horizon 2027. And last but not least, I want to highlight the enlarged Troika meeting that the ambassador mentioned as well, co-presided by the High Representative Borrell in New York, within the headquarters of the United Nations. That was a symbolic thing in order to reiterate our commitment with multilateralism. The High Representative of the European Union invited our Latin American Caribbean partners to complete our common agenda and to enlarge it to defense and security that are not yet part of it, and to invisible infrastructures sustaining democracy and the rule of law. As for defense and security, they're all linked, they're all tied. It's been an increase of organized crime and drug trafficking. They create a vicious circle, multiplied corruption and impunity, which also weakens institutions, impacts on people and on the security of the state. Therefore, we intensify collaboration, cooperation on the judicial, political, technical, and diplomatic realms in order to increase our cooperation. And a great visible outcome of it has been the exchange of information. Thanks to that, in just 2 years, between 2021 and 2023, 110 operations for drug confiscation have been implemented, but there's still a good way to go. Concerning defense, there is still a lot to do with Latin America. The European Union has been establishing dialogues with some Latin American and Caribbean state. This partnership program is part of the activities in defense and security that have been developed recently in Cartagena de Indias. The Center for Spanish Cooperation hosted the first bi-regional seminar, including both civil and military officials. And with some countries such as Colombia or Peru, we habilitated several people in order for them to participate in common peace missions, joint peace missions by the European Union and the CELAC. And now we conclude with one matter that must preoccupy us all, and that's the need to reinforce our democratic institutions and the rule of law. The European Union is firmly committed and supports CELAC around these goals through the deployment for electoral observation missions. The positive impact was seen of those missions in the recent Guatemalan elections, despite the efforts for putting barriers on that and putting barriers on the transition to President Arevalo. Thanks to the action of this observation mission and to the diplomatic reinforcement of the European Union, it could guarantee a successful transition to President Arevalo. Actually, this mission was awarded a global prize for their tasks. And there's something that extremely worries the European Union and the High Representative as well, and that's the situation in Venezuela after the last state elections. The country is within an unprecedented crisis in the region. The High Representative have been tried to talk both with the opposing leaders and the different partners in the region, and the European Union is ready to use all tools for foreign policies, including sanctions, in order to support the defense of democracy in this country, in Venezuela. It is the wish of the European Union that Venezuela overcomes the crisis through a dialogue led by Venezuelans and with outcomes that include guarantees for all, because that will be the only way to guarantee a democratic, peaceful, and sustainable solution, which is in the interest of us all. And I will close my talk by thanking your attention and your presence here. It's difficult to do a few-minute summary of the intense activity being performed for the past few years. I did want to underline that some extraordinary progress has been made, that our collaboration is great, and it will continue to increase towards the next summit in Colombia. And so, as Carlos Fuentes, the Mexican writer, used to say, the Atlantic is not an abyss, it's a bridge. So I hope that at all levels, public, private, academic, expert, etc., we continue to reinforce this bridge, and we continue to work for the prosperity and the well-being and security of us all to both sides of the Atlantic. Thank you. Thank you very much, Annika, for your talk. You underlined the importance of those pillars on bilateral, but also multilateral relationships with very many perspectives for collaboration. It's a return ticket, it's a return fare with both territories, with both sides of the Atlantic. We must make a better use of these relationship, of this collaboration. You've put an emphasis on the outcomes of your work, and it's good to have good intentions as we do, but it's also necessary to translate those, as the ambassadors said it at the beginning. It's necessary to go concrete, to implement concrete actions that enable us to accelerate, because we need it. We need to accelerate within a changing world, which is also accelerated, in order not to be taken by surprise. So, thank you for your talk. I know that you need to go. We know that you need to go back to Brussels immediately, but we thank you for having been here with us this morning. Thank you, and let's go to the next session in a minute. Let us go on. These are now the working sessions around the different themes were chosen as part of that agenda, as part of that declaration and roadmap during the last summit in June of last year. Organizing this agenda was not easy at all. And I usually say that the most advantaged are those who may come here in an in-person way. It's not always possible, but it's preferable. Sometimes just not possible. We will have an in-person speaker, Carlos Malamud, main researcher of the Instituto Elcano and a professor of the UNED. I have more details about his biography on our website and your folders. And we also have Erika Rodriguez Pinzon, who is the director of the Carolina Foundation. Despite, unfortunately, because of a trip that she has, hopefully she's online. Yes, I am, says Erika. So without any further ado, let us hear from them both, and then we'll have some time for debate in order to um, to speak about those. Thank you very much, Carlos. Floor is yours. Very good morning, very good evening. Well, thank you very much to the Youth Foundation for the possibility coming back here to Guadalupe after a long time and for being with you all. I've been asked to speak about global peace and security, which is a very simple thing to do, right? In 20 minutes. But, given the largeness of the task, I will focus on how the European Union and Latin America approach this and how this approach is inserted into the bi-regional relationship and around what impact these things may have in the next EU-CELAC summit. This topic is very closely related with the previous presentation, with the subject of the previous presentation. And that's our common fate, our common values, and the defense of multilateralism. At the beginning of the 1990s, the Rio summit was celebrated, and that started somehow the bi-regional relationship between the European Union and and Latin America. The sole idea of shared values and a shared destiny seemed then enough in order to build a common process based on solid anchors. It was thought that these bi-regional alliance having the majority of votes in the United Nations and other multilateral organisms would have a brilliant future. Nonetheless, when we speak of shared values about the belonging of Latin America to the Western world, beyond those affinities, there are also some dissonances that appear. Some countries, such as Bolivia, have a government prioritizing not that Western belonging, but their belonging to their indigenous roots and to a phenomena which is very much spoken in the US and other parts of the world, which is the phenomena of decolonization. If we speak about Western values, what type of Western values are we to talk about? are we to talk about the Western values that Javier Milei put yesterday on the table during his encounter with Prime Minister Maloney in Buenos Aires? His negation of the 2030 agenda of climate change, and so on and so forth. I'll say some more. If we stay on what joins us, what ties us together, if we stay on our common values, and if we continue to move, allow me to say that, around self-complacency, we'll obviously become stagnant. We will not have a possibility for moving forward, for making progress. I'm sorry to say so, but this is one of the advantages that I have for being an academic and not a diplomat. I have the possibility for expressing myself in such a way. And before I go on, let me say something else about bi-regional relationships. I was saying that the Rio summit was the one formally creating this bi-regional relationship. I insist on and underline the word formally, because as a matter of fact, the relationship between Latin America and Europe come from way before that. They're solidly established. They are based on several intangible goods, many of them moving below the radar line of cultural and diplomatic statistics. We have personal, family, social relationships. We have relationships in all orders of reality: scientific, sports, cultural, academic. We have migratory flows in both senses. We have migrant colonies here and there. I'm actually part of one of them. We have exchanges of all sorts. So we've seen in time that it's not enough with sharing values. And we've also seen, especially after the 2008 crisis, the subprime crisis, that there's been an increasing lack of interest of European Union in Latin America. It's true that as the 21st century went on, Latin America also moved from what it had been in the 90s. Latin America was starting to be different. There was a Latin America with Bolivarianism and populism surged. Today, populism is a global phenomenon. It's a polyedric global phenomenon, a phenomenon having 1,000 faces. Trump and Milei on one side, Ortega and Lopez Obrador on the other side. And I'll pass on other name. Latin America is a fundamentally fragmented region today. That makes it possible to come to consensuses both on a regional and on a global. And there's yet another factor to bear in mind, and that's the violence between interpresidential relationship. The treatment between Latin American presidents have crossed some red lines that were unthinkable of by using tweets, by using social media. Their relationships have become, in some cases, impossible. So how do we manage a regional politics? I have to make a difference between the management of foreign policy in the European Union, which is not a sea of roses either, but at least there is a common agreement regarding the High Representative, the common service for foreign action, um, uh, which is in contrast with the cacophony of the CELAC. There have been some recent critics from some Latin American governments to the pro tempore presidents. In this relationship, these Euro-Latin American relationships sat on the unsuccess of the 2015 Brussels summit of the EU-CELAC. That didn't help. But also, there's something else that didn't help. There was the wish for signing a treaty that was unbridgeable with the Mercosur. Hopefully, the next months or weeks will bring some positive news. Let's hope that the negotiations continue to be open. And everything would have been in the same way. But then there came the Russian invasion of Ukraine, showing a great paradox. First, against all prognostics, the European Union kept together much more, it stuck much more together than many would have thought. Secondly, the European Union was much more isolated than many would have thought as well. And the need Anika was speaking about during the previous session for renovating and for strengthening alliance makes Latin America emerge as a fundamental factor. Together with this, as part of the renovation of the role of Latin America for the European Union, the role of the High Commissioner, Josep Borrell, and its clear commitment to the region to reinforce the bi-regional relationship has been essential. There is, despite all of that, not yet a clear turn of thing. The global gateway is not enough for that yet. There start to be some positive, new, hopeful signs that a renewed interest of the European Union for Latin America. Nonetheless, the invasion of Ukraine also showed some differences on how distant Europe is from Latin America. Obviously, we want to stay within self-complacency. We want to say how well things are. We may see when we go to the recent General Assemblies of the United Nations, where where countries voted around this. But if we analyze the support for the Ukraine one and for the call for Latin American countries with a Russian origin that they sell them to or give them to Ukraine, how frustrating meetings with President Zelensky, either in person or virtual, or how the empathy works between the European Union and Ukraine. Now, how to translate that to Latin America, we will realize that things are quite different. During the past few days, Mexico, Brazil, Chile, and Colombia, 4 Latin American countries, have urged to prevent an arms escalate aggravating the conflict between Ukraine and Russia. Uh, that is, in principle, uh, very good. It is, very laudable and commendable. But I think that it's a very biased call, not taking into account the nature of the conflict. It's a call whereby these countries in the region and some other countries in the region haven't said anything about the presence of North Korean troops in Russia and Ukraine, or about the continuous attack to civil um, goals and infrastructures in Ukraine on the part of Russia. And that is even more less commendable because Latin America has a tradition for defending the civil populations, the strata doctrine. Actually, some of the countries have it as part of the constitutional text. The non um, condemnation clearly and frontally of the Russian invasion of Ukraine is in contradiction with their foreign policy tradition. The attacks of Hamas against Israel last year, plus the Israeli response, is also an element of differentiation. Here we see that the modularization of responses of some are, make it a different case, and we cannot uh, think that it's the same case as for the previous topic. This is also part of the global conflict between the US and China, having Latin America an important backstage scenario. And we might wonder, what's Europe got to do with all of this? Especially if we take into account the early installation in Washington, January the 20th, of a new administration um, with the presence of Trump in the White House. What would be the role of Europe in the foreign policies of the US? What would be the role of Latin America in the US, or the place of Latin America in the foreign policy of US? What would be the place of Ukraine? What would be the place of the European Union and all of that? Bear in mind that the new Secretary of State will be Marco Rubio. What will happen to the US policies towards Cuba, Nicaragua, and Venezuela? What will happen with very sensitive topics such as migration, drug trafficking, fentanyl, and the TENEC treatment, the future of the TENEC treatment, that is Mexico, the US, and Canada? Despite the fact that both countries move around autonomy, it's not, coming closer to that strategic autonomy of the European Union with their foreign policy service, not the same as it is for Latin America, which is a very fragmented region.
There we have, for example, the China-CELAC summits that are just lip service. It's just a staging of how well we get together, when in reality, what is clear is that relations between China and Latin America are bilateral. Europe and the US too abandoned Latin America? This is a question. We in the Elcano Institute wrote a report that was called Why Does Latin America Matter? And there we questioned that idea. There is an increasing presence of China in Latin America. Recently, this was started coinciding with the Chancay Summit in Peru, but this presence that is not just merely a trade presence on a trade basis, and that is increasingly strong, must be analyzed critically. For example, from a human relations perspective, I'm talking about migration, tourism, university students, remittances. On that perspective, the relationship between Europe and South America and the US and Central America and the Caribbean is stronger than the relationship with China. If we're talking about sales of weapons, the same goes. If we're talking about direct investments, foreign direct investments, it's true that Chinese investment is growing, but the difference measured in terms of flows or stocks, the difference is still major. It is also true that China is growing, but if we fall asleep, that gap will grow. This is why it's also important to close that EU-Mercosur agreement, because that would be a very important sign in terms of the interest of Europe in Latin America and the Caribbean. There is a major aspect, which is organized crime. I think my time is running out. Okay, organized crime and drug dealing. Considering the transnationalization of drug cartels in Latin America, this strengthens the need to cooperate, international cooperation, but also regional cooperation and bi-regional cooperation. And the major question here is what Lenin wondered in his day, what to do. What to do in the face of the future, what to do in the face of the 2025 Bogota Summit. And the definition of the agenda here is fundamental in this regard. We must obviously include and not look over essential elements for the bi-regional elements like peace and security, because if we don't do this, the relationship between Latin America and the Caribbean will remain wonderful in rhetoric terms, but won't have enough solid basis. Thank you very much. Thanks so much, Carlos, for this wonderful presentation that leaves many topics on the table. We will have to raise these elements again later during the day. I'm going to give the floor to Erika Rodriguez Pinzon. I can see that she's already on screen. Erika is the director of the Carolina Foundation. I think this is the first time that you participate in this Juste forum as the director of the foundation, because Erika has been a common presence in our summer courses, but she was just appointed. So congratulations for this new position. Without any further ado, we're going to give you the floor, and hopefully we'll have a few minutes for debate. Thank you very much. And I want to start by apologizing because, as Miguel Ángel said, I'm a common speaker in the summer courses, and I know how wonderful it is to be in Juste, and it's a pity that I can't be there. But this afternoon I have to fly to Carlos's homeland, Argentina. I'm flying to Buenos Aires. I'm not going to repeat things that Carlos already mentioned and that I agree with. First is this framework of global uncertainty and the situation that we have with regards to the great wars. There are security challenges, and Europe is facing a challenge and a threat. So uh, the European challenge is not properly understood. So this affects uh, the local Latin America political situation. There's a hardship to understand a consensus in the face of the war of Ukraine, and this made some challenges emerge. The dialogue in democracy is facing problems, and there is a very specific vision of imperialism, North American imperialism, and other tensions that didn't make it possible to build a common vision. And as Carlos was saying, and I agree with him, there are deep internal inconsistencies. For example, um, having this very superficial um, challenge of what we are facing. And then we have the conflict in Gaza. In the foundation, we published our own analysis and the different visions in the region that reflect different social processes. Countries like Chile that have received a Palestinian community, or other countries that have this a similar situation. And then we have the case of Argentina with a higher presence of Jews. So there are social tensions that emerge, and there are social situations and relationships that have been being developed over time in terms of relations with Palestine and Israel. This um, makes some conflicts emerge that hadn't been seen light yet. As Carlos was saying, we are in a period of deep um, uh, international relations are not a matter of of chancellors or ministries, and this is a situation of banalization. Dialogues are sorry, foreign policy is being trivialized. So some governments have the deep intention to uh, strengthen their populist views and the construction of a narrative of strength internally. So there's no option to have regional dialogues and to propose a framework to address challenges in terms of security. And the dialogue with Europe that cannot go beyond specific cooperation. So there are some agreements, there are some dialogues, but they are very specific and punctual. We have to understand that the agenda of security in Latin America diverges from the agenda in the rest of the world. While we had the process of struggle against terrorism that was very important in the European and US agenda, the situation in Latin America was different. Beyond Colombia, there were no terrorist groups, and they just operated in Colombia, so that didn't affect the foreign affairs that much. We were not talking about fragile states that could create threats for the rest of Europe. So in the first part of the 20th century, the security framework um, didn't feature that sort of threats. Latin America is a society of peace. Security agendas were only looking at each other, and Latin America follow this current in terms of security challenges, because Latin America's security challenges were mostly internal. Carlos already mentioned that there's a key aspect, which is internal insecurity and organized crime. But it's not just any type of insecurity. In the case of Latin America, it's a profoundly violent insecurity. So the social impact is major. It's a very complex insecurity. Drug dealing is just one part, but it doesn't account for everything. The phenomenon is much larger, and the problem is that insecurity goes well beyond drug dealing, and it's a phenomenon of insecurity that extended in the region. So it started in specific countries that have had very powerful problems, like Mexico and Colombia. The problem expanded and began to be the major uh, the major problem. Everyone in Latin America is scared. It's the major citizen concern. It's a very real concern. People are scared that something may happen in your car, in your house, or your loved ones may suffer problems. Your house, your anyone can be impacted. So this framework requires some better understanding in the European Union. We are trying to explain, and the European Compass is trying to put the European vision in the international arena, and how important this stability is in a multilateral system based on rules, as it is included in the summit's statement. We have to what's happening in Latin America needs to be properly understood, because there are many shared threats. The insecurity agenda in Latin America and the structure and the architecture of insecurity needs to be understood. As I was saying, historically, this insecurity has been marked by drug dealing. These drug dealing groups had a large economic power that made them structures that can dialogue on a one-to-one basis with states, because they have the capacity to be on a same level with some governments, especially in some regions of the countries. And this created large criminal governance, where organized crime has created alliances with other smaller groups, creating what I refer to as the diversification of the crime portfolio. Drug dealing is not necessarily, it's a very important aspect that explains the strength of many groups, but the complexity of crime needs to be understood considering the diversification of the crime portfolio. There's something that demands political policies, and that is extortion. In Latin America, this terrible. Salvador was a horrible example. There was a mafia that was a predator of the social tissue, but this created a large level of support that weakened these groups. But this is not the case in other countries, because this extortion tissue in other countries came together with a social management system, thanks to which criminal governance and the creation of states with different densities. There are different levels of density. In some places, the management is softer. We have criminal groups that are operating in different ways. So here we have this criminal governance with extortion systems that also create social regulation systems. And this is creating challenges when it comes to managing this problem. Local answers are needed. This is important for mayors, but this also calls for long-term responses, and responses that have to do with the historic gaps in Latin America, like institutional gaps, social gaps. Organized crime creates jobs in the region. It creates control systems and cohesion systems in some parts of the region and in some areas, particularly in the rural areas where drugs are grown. So this is the scenario that is very complex, and the only real value change that is operating is organized crime, because it is what has articulated all the capacities, all the different levels. We have the regional level, the sub-regional level, the local levels, and capacities have been articulated, and the particularities and specificities of each region have been articulated. What's a major aspect when it comes to responding? Latin America does indeed need help in this process. Regional fragility or weakness doesn't help, because there's not an environment that makes it possible to create platform to combat crime. There's no space for sharing experiences and capacities, and there is a lack, disconnection on an internal level in the countries. And this is something that should not be overlooked in the face of the emergency that Carlos was mentioning. There are many different regimes that are populist, and there is a national disconnection in terms of there's a lack of connection between policies that may respond to the situation. And this is happening at a time when, as it was mentioned, there's a change in the presence of the United States, because the US had always been a key stakeholder when it came to supporting security strategies, like in the case of organized crime. And the cooperation of the US has been present up until now. We don't know what Trump's strategy is going to be, because the threat has changed. The production has changed. The production of fentanyl in the US creates a further complexity in the drug production. This has been a trend that is expanding, and there's a huge crisis in the US. Fentanyl is a process that has to do with the Chinese production of its components, and it also happens in Mexico. This has changed the structure of cocaine production. There's an overproduction of coke in the region of the Andes. There are new producers. Honduras is starting to grow coke. And there's a change in patterns that call for a different international strategy. But we're in a moment of uncertainty, because we don't know what tools the US will feature. It's usually they usually have a policy of the stick and the carrot, but we have the feeling that Trump will focus more on the stick than the carrot. So we don't really know what their strategy is going to be starting from now. So there is a space and for further cooperation with the European Union. We have worked on the social policies. There's room for more powerful tools, and more powerful technological tools are also necessary. The Cyber Defense Center in Santo Domingo is a good step, but we need to go beyond that. And I'm going to wrap up with this. Organized crime is not a threat that is restricted to Latin America. It destabilizes all democracies, and it is a spearhead for social destabilization in Europe. What's happening in Sweden, what's happening in other places is not alien to what's happening in Latin America. What's happening in Latin America destabilizes everywhere. We have the dialogue between cities a sub-regional, sub-national dialogue is necessary between cities, and this has been happening, but not in a structured way. This dialogue is necessary to share capacities, and we need a strong dialogue to create security ports in the framework of democracy. Thank you. Thank you very much, Erika, for this presentation where you addressed global security in a very specific way in the region of Latin America and the Caribbean. I wrote down a sentence that I feel it's very powerful. The only topic that Latin America have in common is that they are all scared. I think this sentence should make us reflect, because it's true that if we see it in a positive way, there's a common front. And we should see how we can face in reality this problem, because as you said in the last part of your intervention, this problem is expanding to Europe. I live in Brussels, and we read on the headlines that there are shootings everywhere, that these shootings have to do with drug dealing, and that there are mafias that are being increasingly hard to control, and that have an increased share of power. We have a few minutes for debate. I'm going to take the liberty to shorten the coffee break to have a little debate. Carlos Malamud was mentioning some of the problems of the region, that is a fragmented region. Maybe to break the ice, I would like to make a question. How can we face this common security challenge, and how can we unite the region in the face of this problem? What solutions could we solve for the future, understanding that peace and security, that are one of the priorities for the 2023, that were that were the priorities in the 2023 topic, are going to remain there. The problem is that there's not that much that we can do here in Europe to solve a problem in Latin America. This fragmentation, those divisions in Latin America, can only be bridged by Latin Americans themselves. There's nothing that the European Union can do. Spain can't do anything, much less than the European Union. The US can't do anything, and China can't do anything. The only thing that we can do is, on the one hand, to strengthen the bi-regional cooperation, keeping in mind all the limitations that there are to this end. And we must also strengthen the bilateral relations with those countries that are more interested in advancing in this path. Because we usually talk about Latin America as if it were unity, and we talk about the European Union as if it were a unity. There are many Latin Americans, and that's a cliche. But however, it's true that not all Latin American countries respond in the same way from the perspective of our relationships with the European Union. Some countries are some countries are more refractory or resistant, like Nicaragua, and some others are more willing. And those are the ones that we have to work with. What we can't do is to aspire, as it happened in the past, aspire to solve all Latin American problems from the European Olympus. And the idea was that the best tool was regional integration. That's what happened in the past. In Latin America, there's an emphasis on the large on the integration And it is also said that Latin America doesn't get integrated because it's not given the opportunity. The main responsibility for the non-integration of Latin America lies on Latin Americans themselves. So
from that perspective, regional integration, unless the premises are changed, the premises upon which we are based now, have is short-lived, will be short-lived. Regional integration is greatly ideologized and politicized. Ideology primes over concrete national interests, and regrettably, for such a long history of European integration, because actually both came around the same time, we have seen that we have seen only two relatively successful processes for regional integration in Latin America, and they're both linked to crime. The first was the Condor operation in the 70s and 80s, when the military dictatorships in the Southern Cone and in Latin America in general were extremely efficient, putting aside borders and sovereignty, etc., in order to repress torture, etc., in a coordinated way, and they did that, and they were successful at that. And now, recently, when it comes to drug trafficking, drug cartels are showing similar behavior. And while drug cartels are making progress, is beyond borders, national government are still incapable of coordinating policies and cooperating around policies enabling to solve that problem. Thank you very much, Carlos. Anybody from the audience or from the table would wish to speak now? Yes, please. Yes, Alberto, please. Thank you very much for these two useful presentations. I just wanted to think of a new dimension. There's a restriction of the civic space. I think that that is also a fact. Their attacks to the press, independently of their political color. So you were asking what can be done. Well, I think that we should find a space for intervention there. So the president of the foundation was speaking about security, but I think it's not, on those terms that we have to be aware of that. Yes, thank you very much. Carlos Chesa now, please. Pablo Chesa, sorry. Just wanted to add something to what's been said by Alberto. I think that Carlos and Erika were present at the Encuentro de Sahib, where the importance of confidence, of trust, was underlined. Institutions, both public institutions or the press as an institution as well, are very important to create democratic spaces and to create security spaces. So I think that's a fundamental aspect. And I'll add a small positive note regarding security. The CAF and the World Bank and some others are launching together with us in less than a month a new alliance for security, peace, and development that 13 countries have already decided to sign from Latin America and the Caribbean. First presidency, or temporary presidency, will be taken by Ecuador as a follow-up to the summit of Guayaquil that took place in August. there are 3 multilateral banks there, and we want to have resources for civic justice and for development. That's a small milestone, but it's a good token for cooperation and coordination here, and all members of the EU have been invited, and we've seen a keen interest on participating there because of what Erica was saying as well, because of trafficking problems impacting Europe as well, not just Latin America. Thank you very much, Pablo. Erica, will you add something to the input that we've heard here? And after your words, you will close up. Yes, I go very fast. I totally agree with Carlos. Europe is not going to fix that because that's a problem of Latin America that needs a very wide approach in Latin America. But it's true. And I'm going to join both talks. There is a civic space. There's a space there to. We lost you? Oh, sorry. Yes, in other regions of the world, it was clear during the UNGAS, the summit. Sorry, the General Assembly on Drugs of the United Nations. There is a space, a civic space between Latin America and the European Union where we can build around press freedoms, human rights, etc. There is a huge dialogue that we can establish because there's a space there for common values. They're not the ones exclusively building the relationship, but they're always present there. And regarding trust, Carlos was referring to it. There are two things around that, I'd say. Trust is fundamental, but it's not just the confidence between institutions that has been broken, it's the confidence between the people, the persons. Because the people are afraid from each other. There is a huge migratory flow. There's a ramping xenophobia. Interpersonal confidence, interpersonal trust should be there. We've been very fragile in approaching trust, rebuilding trust, etc. That's a call for the alliance of the 3 banks there. And there's something else. And to go back to what Carlos was saying, I was part of the security, was present at the security conference of Guayaquil, and it was clear that each country had a totally different vision there. One country said, what I use is exceptions to the rule of law to combat that, but I don't break the law. And another country said, I have technological measures, etc. So there was a lack of unification around some common goals, not all of them, right? But at least we should find some common goals so that the region can build a regional dialogue. And if the alliance between those 3 banks was good to create just a common agenda that could articulate a regional dialogue around which everybody would speak on the same terms, so we would create advancements despite the difficulties of that fragmentation. Thank you very much, Erica. We are a little bit delayed since the very beginning, so we have to cut off here. But we thank everyone for their fruitful words and very good for the report that we'll have to make. As we've said before, if you can send us some notes, if you will, on a written shape, it'll help us to write our report. We're gonna send you this report, Erika, comprehending all talks and all articles. We do a publication annually, and if you are willing to send us something, we'll be ready to publish. Have a good trip back to Argentina, and we'll see you in Brussels December the 3rd. Carlos, thank you very much as well. We'll follow on, but we're gonna make about a 20-minute pause, or a 20-minute coffee break. Thank you.
Hola. Hola.
Hola Ramón, ¿me oyes?
Sí, ¿qué tal? Buenos días.
Buenos días. Vale, pues estate ahí preparado y cuando comencemos ya está todo conectado, ¿vale?
Perfecto, muy bien, muchas gracias. Voy a silenciarme me silencio mientras tanto, ¿eh?
Muy bien, puedes apagar la cámara también hasta que empecemos. Gracias. Hola Lauren, buenos días.
Hola, buenos días.
¿Escuchas bien, verdad?
Súper bien. ¿Y tú me escuchas?
Sí, también te escuchamos. Vale,
Genial.
pues han ido a tomar un café. En cuanto lleguen, arrancamos, ¿vale?
Estupendo. Gracias.
Gracias a ti,
Super.
hasta ahora. No, dos no. Yo no sé hacerlo como tal.
Hay un mensajito ahí en la pantalla, no sé si... Creo que hay que tocar algún botón en la pantalla aquella que se apaga. Sí, sí. 10 minutos cada uno y luego debate, sí. Cuando queráis. Muchas gracias. Bueno, pues buenos días de nuevo a todas y a todos.
Hello,
Continuamos
everyone. Once again,
los encuentros sobre las relaciones Unión Europea-CELAC.
be most welcome to this gathering of the EU and CELAC, facing common global challenges. And we'll come to the second session of the morning based on the priorities marked in the agenda. That was the result of the summit of Brussels back in June 23 in Brussels. And we will speak now about trade, digital transformation, and the investment agenda of the Global Gateway, which is one of the fundamental topics in order to work around this cooperation for this great challenge, the digital transformation, and to see how through our trade relationships we can reinforce our relationships in general, how we can reinforce our investment in order to better work together. We have 4 exceptional speakers. We will hear them in a hybrid way. 2 of them will be in person here, and 2 of them couldn't be present, but really thank them for their time and interest to speak to us. We're going to hear first Christian Cammers, President of IRLAC, the Interdisciplinary Institute for the Relationships between the European Union, Latin America, Africa, and the Caribbean. He's also Vice President of the Robert Griffin International Foundation of UCL Louvain, and he's a well-known economist with a great experience and expertise in the analysis of the economy of the Latin American and Caribbean region. We actually have heard him before. Thank you very much for coming to Guadalupe from Belgium. Thank you very much to the UCE Foundation for having me here, and thank you very much, Miguel, for inviting me, even though he knows that I will say things that are not nice to hear. But that's part of my profession. I'm a probabilist. So I will start with a very good idea of Miguel. The motto of this meeting is to create certitude, certainty. And as a probabilist, the only certainty that I have, according to the economic models that I work with, is that in 25 years from now, that is in 2050, effectively, we will get to net zero CO2 emissions, but not because of what people might think, but because, Miguel, you will have to switch off your light because there will be nobody left there. Our society, at least, will physically disappear, or we will be back to the Stone Age, no emissions, because the figures are horrible, and people are not offered, are not given those figures in order not to create desperate minds between the lectured, right? We will see them very quickly. I am not going to delve into the fact that we are on a systemic crisis that has several facets. I will focus around the fact that there is a climate change here and that it is irreversible. All of the other crises are reversible, but not the climate crisis. Even for the economy, it'd be enough for the central banks to inject some more, and we could get out of any financial crisis. But for the climate change, you cannot get out. And I'm going to give you a single figure. It'd be necessary from right now, from today, to increase the investment of clean energies of about 3% of the global GDP. That means for Latin America to multiply 5.5 times their current investments on clean energy. That's about 2 to 3% immediately more effort on it. And that's not worse. Africa is even worse, and Asia is even worse globally. So I'll let you measure the distance yourselves. So I'll just focus on the following. I will no longer speak about that because I have another certainty, but that's a belief. I think that a solution for me would be a true strategic alliance, not in words as we hear them for about 25 years. It would be to create a strategic alliance with Latin America and the Caribbean. So I'll say the following. Why do you think, could we have a healthy outcome if we put together two gravely ill persons? Well, I am a believer in that, and I've believed that for several years now. I will try and explain this a little bit. The summits are 25 years old. We know that. Loads of efforts, loads of interesting people, very many positive things, but the results for facing the current challenges is zero, is null. We haven't attacked the real problems. I have a shocking explanation for you. We are doing that because we continue to apply the diplomatic recipes from the 19th century. That's the top-down politics. What I've been proposing for my association for a number of years now, especially by regional summits, is to revert the process. We have to do a bottom-up, starting from the experts. The national administrations from both regions must be in a permanent networking, and internet allows for that. And they must create trust, confidence, and proposals. They don't need to decide anything, but they need to do this work while being locked up so that they can speak without having fear of their own ministers. My half century-long experience both in Europe, Africa, and Latin America is that we have the following problem. We partly work in a vertical scheme, and we ask for the decision-making people, ministers, diplomats, etc., to take decisions on things they're not competent for. Experts are competent, but they cannot decide. So we must do two levels. The responsibility of the decisions must go to the chiefs of state, to the prime ministers, the ministers, but experts must have ample freedom. They must come to a consensus with their responses, and they should help, therefore, the ministers and the prime ministers, etc., to have all of the information. This is the method that we've been following for about 25 years. Einstein said it already. It's stupid to keep a method that has not given enough results. We have to change the method. So I propose the following method to substitute for it. I propose level number 1, technicians, experts, national administrations. You're competent in macroeconomy, another one in the environment, another one in health. So they are competent for that, those experts, and they must create a group dynamic, creating trust between the countries. Their reports should go to the ministers, and they have the high function for deciding, and we shouldn't touch that, right? And we must add a public debate, and that must be done at the regional level for each region, and then in a joint way. So technical level first, Latin American, Caribbean, and Europe, and then consensus goes to decision-making people in both regions as well. I'll go back. Can I go back? Yes. There's another subject that I'd like to develop. Why could it work to join two sick people? As an economist, I realized that the illnesses of Latin America and Europe are not that different. The level is different, but we have the same viruses because we share the same values and the same methods, basically. So it would seem paradoxical, but I think we can and I'll offer you the following arguments. If we change the method, as I just explained, if we create these group dynamics, we could increase, we could accelerate the degree of awareness and find out about the complementariness in terms of productivity and global value chain. Go back to having a better international weight and go back to having a voice, multilaterally speaking, which we've lost today. Both in Europe and in Latin America, we are away from our potential, maximum potentiality. That's the red arrow that you see there. Or rather a red line there. By using the complementarity between our both regions, we can come up to the green area. By associating Latin American SMEs with European ones and associating universities or academia that can be associated or would be associated in that, we have a potential 4,000 experts who are willing to do that. No budget problem. It's a method. It's about the method, not the budget. These people can freely give their advice, and we can reach the potential that the US or China have. And the two essential mechanisms that I like to underline, but we need some more technical development that I can give you afterwards during the debate if you want. First, the services, if we speak on national accountability terms or national accounted terms, it's there that we need to hit both in Latin America and Europe. That's a big default. And the other default, the other mistake is in high technology. But we cannot be competitive in high technology if services, if logistics are lacking. Of course, Europe is working better than Latin America. That's why that if both sick persons cooperate, it costs close to nothing to improve the services in Latin America just by letting SMEs and universities cooperate, European ones, for example. That'd be good. You could distribute it through the Latin American networks. That's yet another fantastic tool, not to get a Nobel Prize, but in order to increase productivity. Latin America is dying, like Europe, because of lack of productivity. I've all graphics later on. I'll leave them for the debate if there are any questions, because I think that Miguel wants me to be quiet now, right? We cannot hear Miguel? No, I don't want you to be quiet, but yes, I do want to go on. Thank you very much for your presentation. Those who know you know that your interventions are disruptive. You speak about an alternative model in order to face those challenges that we currently have as regions. And I've no doubt that that will raise some questions from the participants later on. And I now see Ramon Jauregui on the screen. Ramon is the president of the Euro-America Foundation and a member of the European and Ibero-American Academy of Justice. Thank you very much for being here, at least online. You know, you have a very full agenda, and it's good to at least have you online. Very happy to hear your floor is yours. I'm very happy, says Ramon, to be here. Miguel, thank you. Miguel, thank you to the Justice Foundation for inviting me to such an interesting seminar as this one. I regret not to be able to be there in person, but it's good to at least be online with you. So I like to stick to the three subjects: trade, digital transformation, and global investment scheme, Global Gateway. in order to respond to your interests around this table. I'll start by saying something that has been said already that I fully share. That's the importance of the Brussels summit of last year. We retook a relationship that had been dangerously interrupted for about 8 years, coincided with the Spanish presidency in the Council of the European Union and the presence of Mr. Borrell as the High Commissioner for relationships. So point number one is to reiterate the importance of that summit. Point number two is the business roundtable that took place some hours before that. I think it was in July 18th, 2023, where President Lula, Sanchez, and von der Leyen presented the Global Gateway agenda. I think that was one of the great achievements of that summit, and it's good to remind ourselves of that. And also the media presentation of 45 billion euros that the European Union put to the service of that agenda. Having said that, I'll go a little bit deeper into these two subjects to speak more systematically of the opportunities and the barriers that we might have for the development and implementation of that agenda. As for trade, Erica was speaking about that earlier on. We're very happy that all parliaments of the European Union have ratified this agreement for association of political trade agreement between the European Union and Central America. Point number two. Point number one. Point number two, the agreement with Chile. That was very good. We needed to update an agreement having been signed many years ago, but needed to adapt to a totally new economic reality. Offering also expectations for opportunities for collaboration that were very good. But there are two main problems, Mexico and Mercosur. I think we need to be adamant and sincere and acknowledge that we have a very grave problem if Mercosur is not approved. And we see on TV right now that there are protests, not just from French farmers. I saw it yesterday on TV that some Spanish farming sectors are protesting against Mercosur. If we make a whole fuss about side aspects of it that are not fundamental, that could be problematic, but and if France decides to say no, Europe might lose a great chance to have an agreement with Latin America, because Mercosur is the black hole in the economic relationship between Latin America and Europe that we haven't solved yet. And then there's Mexico. Mexico has an agreement, but we have to update it as well, because Mexico is very important, and there are over 10,000 European businesses working and cooperating there. Thousands of weekly flights between Mexico City and the main European capitals. So this agreement is indispensable. So for the trade side, these are my comments. For the digital transformation, I'll say that a few years ago, I was with Ms. Vestager in Bogota when the Digital European Initiative was presented, and they haven't evolved that much. We believed, and we continue to believe, that Latin America has a margin for economic cooperation in the digitalization and technological development. They're notable because there is a lot of talent, and there is a huge margin of things to do there, of opportunities to have there.
Europe has the capacity to have a higher industrial and technological capacity or production, and has a good potential in the world of digitalization. And here I must emphasize elements that are right now hindering this development and this cooperation. And I want to emphasize, number one, we have a plurality of technological companies, connectivity companies, and companies mm, eh, that work in the field of digitalization and artificial intelligence. They cannot compete with the Chinese company that is offering a connectivity, artificial intelligence and technology, etc. So we can't compete with the technological platforms and the development that, well, Draghi already pointed out that we have a huge gap regarding American and Chinese businesses. So we have a big problem to help Latin America in this field. There are many important things to do. We have the Internet of Things, we have cybersecurity, the digitalization taken to industrial areas, SMEs, etc. There's room for improvement, but there are many opportunities. And what we are seeing in the last years is a large presence of China in the environment of connectivity. We have Huawei and we have, well, the main Chinese company that is there and the Chinese technological platforms. So there is room for improvement, but we are not competing in that field on equal footing. And lastly, global gateway investments. It's important to know that we have an agenda. I think this was one of the great successes of the uh, business room table in the summit because the agenda set 135 large projects that Latin America must undertake in the next years. So we were wise enough to say, well, this is the way. And we were wise enough to include the European business world in these development horizons in terms of technology, infrastructures, and, well, the economic development of Latin America in general. So that was point number two. We have an agenda. Point number two, Europe wants to be there. That's clear because the business summit went in that direction. And we have trade frameworks with most countries. And I must uh, mention Mercosur as an exception. This makes us export. Clearly, there are some arbitration frameworks for investment. But I must emphasize something that's not that good. What is not that good? The European business world does not know global gateway enough. I'm aware of that because I work on this cooperation of the European Union. I work with the business world, not only the Spanish business world that is more aware, or the German or the French business world, but in the rest of Europe, they're not familiar with this. And unfortunately, we are not attracting businesses from Europe in the tenders or investments that we're discussing. Problem number two, the diversity of companies. When a European company has to compete with, in terms of electrical mobility, for example, in Latin America, it's competing with another European companies. Chinese and American businesses only don't compete against other American or Chinese companies. So we have a problem there. Then another problem is the investment, particularly of China in the last 10 years, supported on the famous Silk Route, has a very strong uh, foundation. They have financial possibilities that Europe doesn't have, and we lose opportunities because we don't have that financial support. And unfortunately, we must say that European businesses complain that they're not seeing how the financial architecture of the global gateway articulates in terms of support, stimulus, specific financial support with multilateral banks to concentrate and create powerful bids to be awarded those tenders and be stronger in Latin America. I would say that those are the major problems. I wanted to limit myself to the 10 minutes that I had. And of course, I'm at your disposal should you have any questions. Thank you. Thank you very much, Ramon, for your intervention. And thanks for pinpointing those major problems that, as well as you mentioned, those things that have been done well and those positive agreements. You also pinpointed those major obstacles that we have, like, for example, the advance of Mercosur, the advance or the challenges that we have in the face of the Chinese and American um, potential, and the gateway, the problems that Global Gateway gets in terms of benefiting Europe. And you mentioned how banks can use this tool, and we have here with us Pablo Chiesa, who's a specialist in strategic alliances from the Inter-American Bank for Development in the European office. We just had him in another seminar that we organized, so we're going to give Pablo the floor so that he can tell us what the Inter-American Development Bank is doing. Thank you very much, Miguel. Good morning. I want to start by thanking the USE Foundation for organizing this event. I will organize my intervention around those three items that give that are the name of the panel, trade, digital transformation, and investment agenda. In Latin America and the Caribbean are over 250 million people that are digitally excluded, and there are huge inequalities in terms of accessibility, inequalities between generations and the city and the rural areas, of course. To give you an idea, in Latin America and the Caribbean, 86% of the Caribbean is covered by broadband, compared with 90% as is the average of the OECD. Regions need over $100 million a year to close this gap. I must remind that connectivity is basic for social and economic development and is basic for what Christian was mentioning, productivity. It is one of the great problems in the region. Trying to bridge this gap is basic for everyone to have access to the benefits of technology and to achieve social development in our region. There are three main challenges. I just mentioned one, a connectivity gap. The second one is the low levels of technology used by companies. And the third one is the lack of capacity by the public sector. Out of the 32 countries in Latin America and the Caribbean, just one, that is almost a third, that lack a digital transformation agenda. In the BIRDU group, we're trying to channel resources to offer the region some opportunities through specific projects to bridge this gap. We have 64 loans, operations to bridge this gap. And I want to give you an example. And I want to mention the Global Gateway topic and the alliance with Europe. But right now, I'm going to give an example. Paramos Conectado, it's a large digital transformation project for the state of Pará in Brazil. We are funding together with French cooperation. And this project is going to fund the extension of the underwater cable to make it possible to connect public centers, schools, etc. This is part of the Global Gateway initiative for the BIA cable that Anika was mentioning in her intervention. So I just wanted to give some examples or a specific example of how the Global Gateway agenda, together with a multilateral bank like us, can create alliances and give specific responses. But we, as a bank, are transforming ourselves with the support of the European partners to address these topics and others that are very important. And here I wanted to um, make a parenthesis. 2024 has been a very important year for us because we had the presidents of the multilateral bank that went hand in hand with the Brazilian presidents of the G20. So we were able to work very closely in terms of the international financial architecture. So our vision is to work as a multilateral bank, but also we want to make the multilateral banks more efficient to give better mm, responses to citizens' demands. In March this year, we held the first retreat of multilateral banks, and this retreat of presidents of the multilateral banks was the origin of a joint document that was presented in the G20 summit for the creation of a more efficient multilateral banks network. We're funding instruments like hybrid capital systems and coverage systems in local currency to foster private investments. Internally, in our bank, we have started a triple transformation because we have a new strategy, a new institutional strategy. We have the recapitalization of BID Invest, which is our private investment strategy, and we have the BID Lab, which is our technology laboratory. Although these announcements can seem not to be connected to this panel, it's the other way around because our efforts as a multilateral banks are focused on improving our impact and leveraging private investments for the development of Latin America and the Caribbean together with our European partners, for example. I think there's much potential. In spite of everything, Europe is still the first investor in the region, but we believe that there is still much potential to explore, and our European members, together with the Commission, the European Investment Bank, can serve as a platform to capitalize and channel all the investments. As I was saying, the BID is transforming to do this better. I'm going to speak faster. I wanted to mention that this year we are celebrating the 50th anniversary of the entrance of our European countries in the BID. So we had a large event in the Casa de América in Madrid in May, and that's when we launched an initiative for the European private sector that is called BID for the Americas, that focuses on three main axes that are tenders, trade and investment, and financing. Our competitive advantage is all about fostering the private sector for development and maximizing synergies with our public investors. And obviously, all these efforts wouldn't be possible without involving partners from the public and private sectors. In this way, we have always trusted in the potential of our European partners. The Global Gateway is a great example of these efforts. I must remember that the BID is contributing through ongoing projects or pipeline projects that will start on 2025, $19 billion from its own capital in 297 projects that are aligned with the Global Gateway. I would just give an example, the cable for the connectivity of Pará, that's one of them. But we have done many innovative things, like, for example, a guarantee from the Swedish Cooperation Agency that helped us raise capital for projects in the Amazons. Another example is the cooperation with BEID, the investment banks, and we created an instrument of conversion of debt for nature. We held an operation in Ecuador, and we had another operation with BID in Barbados. I also wanted to emphasize that relationship with the European Union doesn't limit itself to the global gateway. We cooperate on many fronts. I could mention, for example, the dialogue that we have on the topic of critical raw materials for green transition and digital transition. So I must also say that we are mobilizing European resources. It's not just resources from the European Union, it's also resources from the different member states. Spain is one of the main contributors. And I want to wrap up. In the bid, we are transforming ourselves so that together with our European partners and thanks to initiatives like the Global Gateway, we can work together to face the challenges for European Union and Latin America. If challenges are global, solutions must be global too. In the bid, we always say that Latin America has resources to give solutions. We don't want to talk about the region as a receiver. Latin America and the Caribbean have the greater biodiversity in the world. There are many critical raw materials for green transformation, and Latin America is a net exporter of food. It contributes to food security in the world. So if we join efforts, we may achieve a transformation that is beneficial not only for Latin America and the Caribbean, but also for Europe and for the whole world. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Pablo, for your presentation. And you showed us how the Inter-American Development Bank has many projects that have an impact on the region. I am going to pose two questions. Is the impact that was wished, and how is that impact measured in reality? You were talking about the potential solutions that Latin America can propose as a region that can be not just a receiver. Do you have any specific proposal that you have in mind? I will leave this question for the debate. During the previous presentations, we mentioned the Global Gateway, and we have Doreen Silano here, who's an advisor for Latin America and the Caribbean from the General Directorate of International Associations of the European Union. It is a great honor to have you here in the Fundación Juste. You are here and you're coming from another trip. So thanks so much for being here and for making yourself available. I'm going to give you the floor. I thank you for being here. And we are looking forward to hearing your approach about what's being doing in the Global Gateway. Some of the questions that you're going to address have already been mentioned. Thank you very much to the Foundation for inviting me here. Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, the next 5 years will define Europe's position in the world for the next 5 decades. We will have to decide whether we build our own future or whether we let the events take over or others take over and decide for us. These are the words of Ursula von der Leyen when she presented the political guidelines of the European Union for 2024-2029. And I think these words set the right tone for the topic of our seminar. In order to address this challenge and the position of Europe in the world, a main element is the proposal to have a new industrial clean pact. This pact has the purpose of businesses achieve the goals of the European Union and for them to invest in our competitiveness to guarantee a sustainable access to energy and raw materials. In these minutes that I have, I would like to touch upon the foreign dimension of this challenge. We must be aware of risks in a world marked by this fight for technological advantage, the use of technological dependence as a weapon, and a softer boundary between economy and security. In the current world, geopolitics and geoeconomy are together. So foreign policy and economic policy in Europe must also be together. Then, therefore, the political guidelines of the Commission propose a new foreign economic policy based on different pillars. One, economic security. Two, trade. And three, investment. I want to share a few words on economic security. The principle of risk reduction without uncoupling from the large world blocks applies. This encompasses aspects such as the coordination of the exports coordination, management of risks arising from a foreign investment, internally and externally, and the economic security of key supply chains. Second point, trade. I must say that, as we have done in previous decades, the EU's foreign policy aims at closing connections with partners from everywhere in the world, offering reciprocity guarantees and equitable competence. And Ramon mentioned the relevance of association agreements, including trade agreements that we have with different parts of the world and Latin America. We must use the power that Europe has because of its critical mass. We have created an aggregate gas demand mechanism as a response to the crisis in the last years, and this mechanism can be expanded to include, for example, hydrogen and fundamental raw materials. In terms of trade policy, we will work on creating new trade and investment associations that are clean, known as their English acronym CITIPs, to increase our competitiveness and diversify our supply chains and strengthen our member states' economy. These CITIPs aim at guaranteeing European access to whatever we need to build diversified and resilient supply chains, particularly in terms of minerals and critical raw materials. Economic security and trade. The third one is obviously investment, the three pillar. We are going to continue advancing in the global gateway strategy in synergy with these CITIPs that I just mentioned. We're going to take the global gateway to a higher dimension, proposing our partners an integrated offer that includes investment in infrastructures, trade, and macroeconomic support. The global gateway strategy in the case of Latin America and the Caribbean translates, as it has been mentioned, into a common investment agenda referred to as GGIA that was adopted in the summit. Specifically, we're speaking about 137 projects that allow us to focus on a common agenda. This is a very valuable agenda. We have 16 months of experience in the implementation of the GGIA, and here I would like to emphasize 4 lessons learned in these 16 months. Number 1, the sustainable investment gap must be addressed in line with the common priorities of the European Union and Latin America and the Caribbean, mobilizing private and public capital. Public capital must be put at the needs of private needs. The strategic autonomy of Latin America and the Caribbean must be increased through industrialization and the higher added value, what was referred to back in the day, um, the separation from the first sector, and this should be done through closed technologies. Third, it is necessary to make investments translate into environmental, social, and governance rules that are high. And here I must emphasize the trusted vendors from the 5G or the um, railway traffic management system. To this end, a 360 degrees approach must be used to address not only regulations, but also technical training, research, the social dimension, etc. Fourth, lesson learned. It is necessary to work in team, including the 27 member states with their development and cooperation agencies, the private sector, but also credit agencies for exports must be included, and the private sector must be also be invited on board through working groups. Ramon was mentioning the cooperation opportunities between our companies, and working in teams should focus on trying to organize relations to be more successful in these investment markets. To wrap up, the DGIA is over a little over 1 year old. We have made progress. It's in its implementation. We have made specific progress. Some of these projects will take years, however, but this shows how relevant the DGIA is for all member states. This DGIA, the Global Gateway, are totally in line with the new foreign economic policy of the European Union, and in the next years to come, the Global Gateway will be expanded and the DGIA will be expanded in Latin America together with our partners in the region, and particularly um, in the face of the next 2025 summit in Colombia. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much, Laurent. There is no doubt that at the end of your presentation, you made it clear that great progress has been made thanks to the Global Gateway, but you also announced that despite the progress, impacts take long to be seen, and the implementation of these policies take time. So this takes me back to the first presentation. It seems like we don't have that much time. If we consider that 2050 will be too late to solve problems, we have to think that we have to act faster. And Ramon Jauregui was mentioning that the Global Gateway may not uh, be known enough by companies.
So I'd like to have an opinion on your part as to how to struggle against time, because we see that the other powers are going faster than we are, and what to do in order to make GTIA more accessible to businesses. And I'd like the rest of the participants to also ask doubts or the questions from what we've heard. Even so, it's in the middle percent. Yes, I'll join your question. I think that you were making reference fact to the fact that there were some protests by some sectors that don't consider that they could get benefits from the agreement between the European Union and the Mercosur. That the side effects are not relevant to the whole agreement, right? Well, the thing is, businesses, the GGIA, they don't know about the agreement, so there is a lack of knowledge. What can we do? What do you suggest that we do so that that lack of understanding over? Okay, thank you very much. Maybe the speakers can react to that. Ramon, did you wish to say anything? You must unmute yourself. Yes, with pleasure. Yes. Thank you very much for the whole debate. Thank you, Laurent, because I think that you've given us a very good perspective on what the Global Gateway is. Because it appears that could go beyond what it is right now. But the culture behind the DGIA must have the complicity of the business world and of the governments of the states. And then there is some further commitments needed from the European governments in order to create a reaction on the business world of their respective countries regarding Latin America and the importance of Latin America in the economic development of Europe, and of the importance of the fact that that Europe must be present there. And I think that the embassies, the political representation that we have in all Latin American capitals, they must collaborate with the European business world in order to foster this framework. Because I think that our embassies are there for that, amongst other things. I think that our embassies are one of the greatest supports that we may have for the GGIA. When it was created, this differs from the Chinese strategies. They have a whole logistic plan for infrastructures, etc., and they do their investments function of the interest of the Chinese companies. And I think that a greater involvement of the European diplomatic services in Latin American capitals could help us a lot. The hope that I have is that we are able to take two fundamental steps. First of all is that the technical negotiations finish up this year. We need a technical agreement, a minimum. If there's a technical agreement, we later on would have a problem in Europe for the countries to accept it. And one condition is that France abstains and that the agreement is approved by a majority. Otherwise, it won't be approved. We will not ask Macron to sign this agreement, given his political frailty and the opposition of the farming sector. So they should accept the split of the agreement. They should agree the split of the trade part, and the council and the parliament approve it by a majority. That be a task for the political groups. The existing national resistances in France and in Austria should be resolved by a conciliatory resolution in order to enable the agreement to be approved by the majority. I think that be some ways of solution on a fundamental thing around which I think that Europe has a lot at stake. I think that the other speaker also wishes to talk now because he also focused on that. Could you please take the micro to, and if I could also upload my PowerPoint. I'd like to first answer Alberto about the global gateway, which is almost completely unknown. Yesterday, I read a report from the Bruegel think tank from Brussels saying that they have statistically verified what China is doing regarding other powers such as us, regarding their external initiative called the Belt Road Initiative. Our global gateway is qualitatively much better than what the Chinese are doing, but the statistical observation is that people don't know about this. There are some NGOs criticizing the global gateway, and they're not criticizing the Belt Road Initiative, despite the fact that what they're criticizing regarding the global gateway is 100 times worse when it comes to the Belt and Road Initiative. This is not just a marketing or communication problem. It's about the method. The method of the global gateway is not adequate to leverage the participation and the consensus of the population. Because first of all, there is little transparency. It doesn't involve the actors in the regions, despite they're trying to do it, but the method is wrong because they're not bottom up. First of all, you select the project in parity between Latin American and Caribbeans and Europeans. And then but they're doing it in an opposite way. So that in order to answer to Alberto's question regarding Mercosur now, that's frankly despairing. I spent a part of my life doing international trade and explaining that it's totally stupid to try to protect a sector with barriers, with trade barriers. I'm going to give you with tariffs, right? Trump, during his first mandate, wanted to protect some of the white line manufacturers in his country. I think it was washing machines or something like that, in order to bother the Asian manufacturers. He imposed some huge tariffs. I think it was 30% on those tariffs, and that enabled to get $82 million in tariffs. But the cost for the North American consumer was $1 billion. $1 billion with a B. If we apply that to the French case, for the consumers, the French consumers, they do deserve to be protected. Actually, regarding high technology and the high industry, we must bear into account that we should be telling farmers that in priority they would receive some of the gains that the agreement would give us, even fiscally, because they should be compensated. But they should not prevent Latin America from exporting where they're more competitive than we are. Even a small child could understand that. Vulgar populism is typically French. I think Pablo wanted to react as well. I wanted to give a couple of examples about what you were saying. Let's go to concrete terms. One of the solutions that Latin America can have at a global level, and I think specifically speaking also regarding Europe in particular, is the critical raw materials. So critical raw materials for the green transition. And I think that an alliance between both regions is fundamental for two reasons. First and foremost, because Latin America is trying to primarize their economies, which may seem like a paradox, right? And Europe is a leader in sustainable mining services. And on the other side, Latin America is lacking an ecosystem in order to create local value from their raw materials. So if we create an alliance between Europe and Latin America, we could enable the expansion of the supply in raw materials globally, but specifically also for Europe, and enabling with new technologies, enabling to finally create some value added in the region, for example. And another example that I have in mind is biodiversity. And I think that we said that yesterday. It's an almost philosophical thing. What is the financial value that we give to biodiversity? So there's an operation that we are doing in Barbados, and that's actually about that. It's about a multilateral bank, the BDA, would put as collateral together with the sovereign debt of a country. That would imply that the costs of serving they have a AAA qualification, and so the debt, the cost would be low, and that implies savings for the state. And the state of Barbados commits to multiply by 2 the protected marine area around their island. So this is a quite innovative way of augmenting the protection, of increasing the protection of biodiversity through a financial tool. Now, enabling at the same time the debt reduction of the country. In this case, a middle income country or development country, or developing country, sorry. Thank you, Pablo. Maybe Laurent wishes to react. Maybe Laurent, you could we could hear the audience now, and then we can hear you, Monica, and then thank you very much, Miguel. There is a common roundtable regarding the opportunities of green transition. Well, maybe to link with that, I totally agree with that strategic possibility for collaboration between the European Union and Latin America and the Caribbean. And in order to stir up the debate, Christian, I don't totally agree with the pessimism. I think that not only conceptually, but also materially, we've made great progress, and we don't need to wait to 2050. I think that in a couple of years' time, we can do something. I'll refer to that later. And I think that we have a very important strategic alliance. And there's a lot to be said there, but I'll go into that deeper there later on. We'll be attentive to what you have to say later on, and I think our colleague from Colombia also wished to. Yes, I have 2 comments regarding what's been said. First, regarding the difficulties that were found on the Colombian part regarding the GGIA, there's been a lack of information, not on the mechanism as such, but on what our European partners would like us to present. We presented only 3 projects to that framework. One of them has been forced into the GGIA, that's the metro of Bogota, strategic project for a 10 million inhabitant city, lacking a metro. We were doing it anyway, but you haven't participated in the bid. Also, the offshore wind project in the Caribbean, which is the most important in Latin America right now. And we've also felt that Spanish business people also don't know about the possibilities of the GGIA. So the negotiation has been quite complex. We've tried to create those canals, those channels from the embassy, but we need to have more clarity regarding the possibilities because we don't know the range of the tool beyond being yet another instrument for financing. So what's your strategic goal? Because when they're the competitors, when they're the Chinese partners, they know where they're heading or where they're pointing at, right? So, and then regarding the bid for the debt exchange for climate action, President Petro spoke about that recently at the COP and also in New York. We were exploring the possibility of a bilateral debt exchange offered by Germany within the framework of the COP. And we were exploring it with other European countries, but the alarms went off because there was the risk qualification if we participated on that type of investment. So it's not just necessary to speak about the instrument. We've had the experience in Galapagos and Barbados, but we also need not for those alarms not to be set off for the rest of the debt that we still have. I think that the ambassador from Honduras also wished to speak, and then the director of the institute. Please. Hello, everyone. Along the same line of thought of my colleague Santiago from Colombia, and some of the comments, I'd like to share with you what we are undergoing in Central America. There is the Global Gateway investment agenda, but there's also the Global Partnership for Central America announced by the US and the government of President Biden, and the new Silk Route of China. But I'll focus more on the Global Gateway, right? You said there's not that much interest from European businesses to participate in big projects. be it the list of the 135 projects or new ones. In Honduras, 100,000 new megawatts are going to be bid for, and also new offers for repaving our route network and building new hospitals. So very few European businesses are participating there. That's been bid through the BID, the CAF, the World Bank, and some development banks. We need to know about the guarantees better. The projects of the US have no banking guarantees. The Chinese one neither. So I think that takes away the worries of the European investors regarding some investment rings that they would assume. Then that's key for the European investors. They should know about the guarantees that the Global Gateway have through the development banks. Thank you very much. Don't know if it's along the same line, but we've heard about some of the we've heard some data about the investment that needs to be made for the digital transition. We've also spoken about the productivity problem that we have. If we add those things up, and also in line with the competition from the New Silk Road and the North America proposals, well, maybe we should accompany with some monetary policies our economic policies, right? I don't know whether they are working together or not, because money is actually moves the world, right? Floor goes now to Laurent, who's been intently listening to us, because there's a lot of focus on the GTIA tool. Please, 7 minutes. Yes, thank you very much for your comments and your interest. I will start by saying that there is an urgency for this. We need time, but we don't have time. This GGIA is about a year and a half old. The new investments would take many years to be implemented. But investments are a great wheel, and they don't stop. They go round and round, and we're actually implemented investments approved before 2023. The Bay, for example, the cable, and sanitation, transport, etc. So European investment continues to be strong in Latin America, as we've said before. But for the GTIA, we need to accelerate the rhythm. We need to accelerate or increase our competitiveness by organizing us better. Our competitors are American, North American, and Chinese investors. They do that. From the European Commission, we are carrying out a very intense agenda. We have GTIA overview meetings twice a year, the Business Advisory Group, business missions, and business forums on the continent several times a year. So we've organized several thematic encounters with the European businesses for critical raw materials, railways, green hydrogen, electricity, power. So we are pushing the European team to get better organized. How could we do so the businesses know the global gateway better? Well, a fundamental thing is the country teams. We're working in Team Europe. but we also need Team France, Team Netherlands, Team Spain, etc., to get organized and do the articulation and dissemination work for the tools. We have to thank Spain for the work that they've been doing in organizing Team Spain. And with my director, Felix Fernandez Sort, we are traveling to the European capitals. Next week we'll be in Rome in order to accompany the organization of those country teams, each under their own model, but those are fundamental pieces of the puzzle. Then there is the interest of the private sector on Latin America and Caribbean investment. Obviously, Spanish businesses know well and understand well that region, but that's not the case for businesses in other country members. There's a lack of knowledge. There is a lack of industrial base as well for the mining sector. A colleague from the BID mentioned it. Europe is lacking that mining industrial base. There's also an aversion to risk. The lithium triangle is between Bolivia, Chile, and Argentina. If the European businesses have an aversion to risk that doesn't enable them to invest there, well, then there's a problem. Businesses having an interest in investing in Latin America and the Caribbean, they do know the GGIA. And that's thanks to the diplomatic mission network that somebody mentioned as well. In countries of Latin America, the embassies of Spain, France, and other places, they work together, the trade counselors, the political and the cooperation counselors work together in order to make sure that any European business interested in investing in the country, that they know where to go and they know about their options. One of the challenges that we have is how to create some greater interest from the European businesses so that there is more participation in biddings and tenders. I think that we have to improve our competitiveness in order to improve our chances as European businesses. It's necessary for these businesses to know about these opportunities of the global gateway so that they can have a paved way for participating in those tenders and biddings. Thank you very much, Laurent, because you actually answered all questions. There's maybe one last intervention on the part of Christian because we're almost lacking out of time. Thank you very much.
In half a minute, we don't have the time to explain everything that is involved in this. So we have a situation, and based on the dollar, it's impossible to decarbonize. And we have the monetary dimension. The situation is more complicated than what it may seem. the US is having it's having an important role in decarbonization. Thank you very much, everyone. And something very positive about what has been saying in the different presentations is the different challenges that we have. And the different challenges have been identified, the challenges that we need to face. That's the objective of this meeting. We will take all of this to Brussels so that it can reach all the different places where these messages needs to be. Thanks so much for the presentations and thanks for the very interesting questions that have been made.
Hola Luis, buenos días. ¿Me escuchas?
Sí, perfecto.
Vale. A ver.
A ver,
un
¿me
momento,
veis?
por favor.
¿Estáis?
Vale, perfecto. Ok. Pues nada, un par de minutos y empezamos la siguiente mesa, ¿vale?
Perfecto, gracias.
Gracias.
After this brief break to change the panel, we're back in this meeting on the relationships between the European Union and the CELAC in the face of the current challenges. There is no doubt that one of the main challenges that we have nowadays is the struggle against climate change. There are mechanisms and that terminology that we are using of the green transition, we're using it very much, how to reform the economic development system to make it truly sustainable. We also need to change our sustainable development policies. We have three main experts in this field who will touch upon this topic, and I will give them the floor as they appear in the program. Each of them has 10 minutes, and then we will have about 25 minutes for debate. So I will give the floor first to Mónica Corrales Rodríguez, who's I'm sure it's not the first time that people get confused with your last name. He's a spokesperson and advisor in the Department of the Cooperation Fund for Water and Sanitation of the Spanish Agency for International Cooperation. Thanks so much for being here, and you have the floor. Thank you very much, Miguel. It is a great honor to be here. The topic of green transition and the struggle against climate change and for sustainable development is one of the main pillars of cooperation between the European Union and Latin America and the Caribbean. I will start with the conclusions. I think the role of a development cooperation is fundamental in this topic. I have been working in this field for over 30 years, and I will give you a positive perspective. A lot has been done on a conceptual level, but also on a practical level from a bottom top to the top. And I work in the Water and Sanitation Fund, so I must emphasize that this is a strategic element for cooperation. From a bottom-up perspective, I will share with you a brief presentation with key ideas. So we are at a very important point of equity and climate emergency. Some people say that there's not enough information, but there's more than enough information that is accessible to everyone. I gave some very few clear examples. These are the planet limits. The University of Stockholm did a great job in 2009. It's true, and it may seem like a contradiction, but out of these 9 limits that we need to respect for the planet to be a safe place for people, we have overcome 9 of these limits. Sorry, 6 of these 9. We have 6 of these 9 limits that we have overcome, but we know what we have to respect. For example, respecting fresh water and green water use, land system change. We have all of those limits, and those limits that we haven't overcome yet, there are good news about them. For example, in the case of ozone, thanks to the Montreal Convention, the Montreal Protocol, we went from having a crisis. It's a 1989 protocol. CFS were forbidden, and right now we are at a safe point. From another perspective, let's see if I can change my slide. Here we have a report that I read every year, Climate and Environmental Emergency, the WFF report. It gives us an idea of where we are at. The wildlife has decreased in 73%, the Amazon is decreasing. In 2024, we get some limits. You know that there is the carbon capture. These are red lines. We have the situation of corals and pests. Another key report is the climate change panel. It's very exhaustive. Over 40% of the world population live in highly vulnerable areas to climate change. And much more money needs to be spent in this field. Adaptation and mitigation, $16 billion were spent in this field, but the gap is larger and it needs to be bridged. The private sector is necessary, but official development aid is going in the right direction, a very important topic. Let's see if I can show this to you. Here we have equity and climate change. This is the inequalities report of 2022. 10% of the richest people in the world emit 50%, account for 50% of the total emissions. We have a responsibility, what we eat, how much we eat, what we wear. And each of us can change this. And we are all responsible in a common but differentiated way. As a climate change and then the certification reports say. Very briefly, what was the international response? I started working as a worker, international aid worker. We have a fund here that includes the different UN agencies, and at that time we each had our own agendas. We had the development people, the World Bank provided the funds, and we had the environmental fund of the United Nations. This has changed. If you go visit the website of any of our agencies, we all have the same narrative. Since 1972, big progress has been made. We had the environmental world on one hand, the Millennium Development Goals. Next year, we will have a conference in Seville. What's a systemic change that happened after 2015? We need to do everything everywhere. That triple transition, environmental, economic, and social, needs to happen at the same time, simultaneously. And it's possible because we have information that we didn't have before, and we have possibilities that we didn't have before. For example, when I started working in this field, we talked about renewable energies as if these were like a dream. Since 2009 to 2019, the cost of solar energy has decreased in 90%. And those are things that are happening in our days. I remember when we started working this, we talked about the growth limits. Nothing is possible. The reality is creating new possibilities. For example, in 2023, renewable energies, thanks among other things to solar energies that are being developed by China, Brazil, the US, because the US is not just Trump. There's a great machinery there. So we are changing the energy mix. There are other topics, for example, like transitions, energy transition. Nowadays, what a car consumes is much lower. And then we have electrical cars, fisheries. I have had the opportunity of working in the sector of fisheries, and large progress has been made. We have new technologies, and there is an impressive global awareness. There are some reports that tell us that almost 80% of the population of 125 countries wants their states to do more in terms of fighting climate change. This agenda is shared by the statement of the European Union and CELAC in 2023. But my experience in all negotiations of climate change and biodiversity in the last 30 years tells me that there is a community and we have been helping each other. I'm trying to change my slide. I just have 2 minutes left. I would like to briefly mention the commitment of development aid. Thank you very much. The COP16 just took place in Cali, and although not much progress has been made in financing, there's a very important topic, which is working differently, being at peace with nature because we are part of nature. Very briefly, the commitment of Spanish cooperation. We are part of Team Europe. In the climate change COP, the new emblematic projects of the global gateway is being presented. Petén. We can comment the situation of Petén, but the European cooperation focuses on sustainable development with a cross-cutting perspective. We have an axis that is cooperation for sustainable development and global solidarity. We have 5 years for this transformation. We don't have 25, and we chose 4 priorities. One is water and sanitation, which is fundamental, together with climate financing. As part of these instruments, I want to focus on water and sanitation. I think it's a space for cooperation that is fundamental in the context of the cooperation between the EU and CELAC, because we all know that water is the heart of development, and it's a heart that is a little bit sick. We still have 2.2 billion people without access to safe drinking water, much worse in the case of sanitation, with all its implications for health. Also, there's a clear link between water and climate change. Unfortunately, what we have seen and what we have suffered a few weeks ago in Valencia should make us alert. The ambassador was telling us that it didn't just affect Valencia, Honduras has also been affected. We need to make progress, although much progress has been made. To give an example, in the 70s, in the last century, over 300,000 people died as a result of a typhoon, and this can't happen nowadays. The Spanish Corporation is focusing on water and sanitation, and there's a political and economic and resource effort that is being made to promote this water and sanitation fund. I don't have the time to give more details, but I'm really happy to share these strategic objectives based on human rights. The idea is to guarantee access, putting an emphasis on governance, and to give the private sector the opportunity to bridge this gap, focusing on the integral resource of hydric resources and fostering resilience and adaptation. It's fundamental to work with strategic partners. And I want to wrap up with a sentence that I really like. In 2007, we were visited by Jane Goodall in Spain on the Day of Biodiversity. As you know, she's an expert in apes, and she was telling us everything that she has done throughout her life. And she got a question. Jane, what can we do to change the situation in the planet? And she said, it's very easy. We just have to appeal to 2 things, brain and heart. And I think that's what we should be doing. Thank you very much, Monica. There are so many things to say, and it's a shame that we don't have enough time. I want to emphasize one of your sentences. We must do everything everywhere. And that brings a question to mind. What can we do when someone doesn't want to do anything, as it is the case of some countries? Let's move to the next presentation. Isabel Belloso Bueso. Now she's going to speak to us as the director of the Extremadura Development Agency and in representation of the government of Extremadura. Please, the floor is yours. Thank you very much. I would like to emphasize the role of the regional level and the role of the decentralized cooperation and developmental aid. I want to share how we are addressing this problem here in Extremadura. we are strengthening the relations between the European Union and Latin America and Caribbean countries based on this tool, developmental aid. Okay, so decentralized cooperation, as we refer to regional and autonomic and local cooperation, plays a major role when it comes to reaching the territory. You were talking about bottom-up approach. So we use our funding and our project development capacity. Through that, civil society entities can get to cooperate in this construction and in this endeavor to challenge our to face our challenges. The 2023 summit recognizes this role, and the different events that were part of the roadmap also bear witness of this importance. To face the challenges that we have in terms of climate change, inequalities, and food security, local developmental aid is very important. We want to reinforce solidarity connections, but we must be aware, and I really like to talk about the return of developmental aid. As Miguel Angel was saying, it's a two-way road, and we include this in our cooperation as a two-way journey, because we have the opportunity to um, to leverage our own development. In Extremadura, our cooperation policy is part of the general cooperation plans. We just adopted the last cooperation plan for 2024-2028. We adopted it a little bit before the national plan was adopted. This helps us to prioritize and have strategic priorities for Latin America and the Caribbean as a priority region. The presence of cooperation from Extremadura dates from back in the day. We have different priorities set by the national cooperation plans. In our plan, we focused on reaching an alignment with the European cooperation and its priorities and strategies like the neighboring instrument, the international cooperation plan, and the global gateway that has already been mentioned. All these instruments acknowledge the strategic role of decentralized cooperation. This year, in 2024, in practice, we selected different projects in order to turn all these ideas into realities. The regional government is committed to addressing inequalities and building more integrated and sustainable societies. We passed 16 or 17 projects that account for over 3 million euro of investment in countries and projects to be developed in Latin America and the Caribbean. We firmly believe that this may help us place Extremadura as a bridge between the European Union and Latin America and Caribbean countries. For the regional government of Extremadura, this is a priority. Our interventions happen in countries like Bolivia, Peru, Bolivia, Ecuador, Cuba, and some projects also have an impact in different countries because we also support networks. So countries as Salvador, Nicaragua, Paraguay, Mexico, Brazil, Argentina, or Dominican Republic or Chile are also areas where we are having an impact. All these projects are not carried out directly by the agency. We work through organizations that are headquartered in Extremadura and that have connections and agreements with partner organizations in these countries where we do our work with. And there are other local, regional authorities that are involved. For projects to be sustainable, they have to be supported by local sustainable in terms of time and economy. So we need these counterparts. Here we have another example of how the regional level is of paramount importance to turn cooperation into reality in other territories. In our strategic cooperation plan, we identified 4 strategic environments and we have 5 years to develop them. One of them is the sustainable development model focused on people. The second one focuses on inequalities, that is how we can make an emphasis on intersectionality of gender and how we address the fight against multiple inequalities. Human mobility and migrations is another strategic field, interventions to support migrant people and people who are in situations of mobility. We have created a new, more cross-cutting area, which is to develop knowledge, development, and talent. And this is something that we want to introduce in international development. We support projects that promote talent, that promote science, and create capacity. More specifically, in this year, 2024, we have focused on different strategic areas like rural development and agriculture, with projects in Bolivia and in Peru, in the field of food security, economic empowerment, rights of women and girls, inclusive education, and technical training, innovation, and development of productive chains in sectors such as quinoa, palta, inclusion and rights of vulnerable groups, or health, research and technology in health. We're also supporting projects in this field. In the field of digitalization, renewable energies, and jobs, we're working on the protection of rights in the digital world and job opportunities for people with disabilities. In a digital world, promoting digital services and digital entrepreneurship projects. We have also selected some projects to get to know the impact of cooperation projects. This is something that Pablo was mentioning when he was talking about the importance of getting to know the impact of what we do to be accountable. And this is something very important. These projects reflect the commitment of the regional government of Extremadura with a decentralized cooperation that does not only respond to local needs, but that it strengthens shared values between Europe and Latin America and the Caribbean, and promoting inclusivity and equality in the whole region. Some of these are aligning their approach with the purpose of achieving green transition, biodiversity, and climate justice. Some of the priorities of the EU-CELAC partnership. We also are committed with multilateralism through cooperation, because we are cooperating with different UN agencies to have people there that are working as interns, and through this we have worked with UN Women, UN AIDS in Peru, etc.
And last but not least, we are also trying to articulate with the European Union in our relationships from the point of view cooperation, and That's why we are members of the Pan-European Network Panforma, articulating voices of local and regional governments around these goals, looking for our participation and the local and regional participation on different funds, such as the Global Gateway. We are also seeing that that lack of, I wouldn't say information, but sometimes when there's no information, actually, you're asked to create your own information, so to say, in order to participate of those tools. I think that we think from the local and regional cooperation, we believe that there is a lot to gain from that Global Gateway tool. Thank you very much. That was all on my part. Thank you very much, Isabel, for telling us about the importance of this job for these green transition challenges through cooperation. I think that is essential, not just from a politics point of view, but also from the human point of view. That brings people closer to each other. Society as a whole and the different organizations work with the civil society and the citizens on the territories. And the question that I have for you in this case is, you're doing this from Extremadura, but the rest of regions also have their own aid and cooperation agencies, and most of them are looking towards Latin America, if we speak about Spain, right? So what is the interaction that there might be with other regions or municipalities in Spain, outside of Spain, and their aid agencies, their cooperation agencies, because they probably know less about Latin America, right? So have you articulated yourselves or organized yourselves in a way in order to do that? I see that the next speaker is already online there, waiting for us. It's Luis Planas Herrera from the General Directorate of the Environment from the European Commission. You had very many commitments yesterday, which prevented you from traveling, but you're with us online here. Hopefully you've been able to follow the previous interventions. You have about 10 minutes, and then we'll have about 20 more minutes for the debate. Thank you very much, says Luis. You have a little bit of echo, do you? If I can see the room, because I'm looking at myself here. It was a pleasure to have the national perspective and the regional perspective, and I'd like to speak now a little bit from the European Commission and the European general as such perspective. Thank you to the USE Foundation, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and the government of Extremadura to put this theme on the table. This agenda is very important because it's an opportunity for positive and constructive cooperation. My colleagues said it already, and this comes at a very complex moment internationally when we need to reinforce our relationships with Latin America. I think that the ministerial summit on the environment and climate change, I think that Isabel made a reference to sent a clear message. A clear message regarding the areas where we want to invest together. And there is a great commitment on the part of the European Union in order to continue to invest we should have a Team Europe approach for cooperation for development in Latin America. We have a green investment approach, ensuring a complementarity of action between the European Union and the different country members. And we also have specific programs such as Alinvest Green or Optima Plus, or some other specific programs related to some other aspects of the environment. I also wanted to underline that from the DG Environment, I see 3 key areas for the cooperation with Latin America, or actually with CELAC. The first one would be the biodiversity and nature area. I think it was Monica who mentioned the recent Cali summit, the biodiversity summit, the COP or the COP16. I think it's very important to work around the threefold crisis: nature crisis, biodiversity crisis, and pollution crisis. Together with working together also around challenges for social cohesion and economic development, we will be able to solve this problem. As for biodiversity, we have the Global Biodiversity Framework, is the Kunming-Montreal Agreement and the Paris Agreement for Nature, with the European Union and CELAC cooperated in a very active way under the Chinese presidency. And the Cali summit has been a great milestone in order to implement it. The Colombian president has been a great president for this COP16, and several important decisions have been taken, for example, including the indigenous peoples and the local communities in the decision making having to do with nature and biodiversity. We make sure that after the Cali summit, there will be a formal platform in the for participating in the decision-making processes. Then there is the Cali Fund. That's a historical decision regarding the benefits of accessing genetic resources. A fund has been created so that the beneficiaries of human resources of biodiversity that will be able to get some type of molecule in Brazil, from Brazil, that can be used by the pharma industry or the cosmetics industry. They should contribute to a fund that could revert benefits to the communities and populations where that genetic resource was generated in the first place. There are very many challenges ahead because we need to develop a strong implementation network. For Baco, implementation is also one of the most complex aspects. The European Union, together with the member states, we want to go beyond the development aid. It's not just about development projects. We have to mobilize the private sector. We have to mobilize new tools and make sure that other donors or other investors could do their part. As the European Union, we've committed to multiply by 2 our aid to biodiversity, and we're doing it with the help of the member states. There's also another complex topic here, we had a dialogue today about the reforestation procedures and rules. You probably heard about those rules in the press because that's generated a lot of debate. But that those rules also put us in a relationship with the countries of the CELAC region. For example, we're developing a traceability procedure with Argentina regarding the traceability of products. And we're also in conversations with Brazil to establish a task force, a joint task force, in order to be able to apply that regulation, in order to put up to the ministerial level between Brazil and the UA around these matters. We see that several countries in the region are already taking measures that are quite ambitious regarding the struggle against deforestation. We see that some countries are reducing their deforestation levels, which is quite positive, but we must continue to support producers, in particular small holders, small producers, in order to make sure that they can benefit from the greater transparency of the value chains and of the new opportunities. So first area, that's biodiversity. Second area I wanted to mention was circular economy and plastics. That's yet another very important area where we have developed a project at the regional level. For example, we have the FPI, the foreign policy instrument of the European Union in Latin America in order to reduce plastic pollution. There's a great interest in countries from the region to share best practices. In Europe, we've been transitioning for about a decade now towards a circular economy through eco-design and new recycling policies. That's very important for the investment part. The cooperation with the European Investment Bank has been quite important. And this tool will play a very important role. In Busan, their negotiations starting this week that will play a great role against plastic pollution, and Ecuador is being a key partner there. And last but not least, I'd like to mention water. Monica referred to it previously. Cooperation around water is paramount. The global water crisis is worsening. We've seen that in Europe as well, with the recent happenings. And if there is not an improved collaboration at the regional and bi-regional level, we will not be able to improve. We had a summit last year in New York. There is a new momentum given to collaboration around water. We're developing new platforms in order to invest on regional governance in order to avoid possible conflicts around water in the future. The experiences that we've had around the Danube, maybe we could export them in order to generate common governances. How to improve reuse of water be an opportunity for European businesses and technologies. This is going to be a very active year regarding water. A few weeks from now, we'll travel to Riyadh. That's going to be at the desertification COP, whereby we try to increase the knowledge and the political priorities regarding desertification. And then some more meetings will come, such as a new UN summit on water in 2026, presided over by Senegal and United Arab Emirates. Once again, there'll be an opportunity for improving collaboration and cooperation regarding this field. I think I'll stay here. I've opened up very many new elements. I only wish to underline that these are ongoing initiatives. We're trying to identify the areas because it's important that we be concrete regarding action. The fields are very large, the challenges are very large, so it's important that we advance in a concrete shape. Today's debate is important because we are also transitioning, so we have to redefine priorities in our international cooperation with CELAC and to make sure that for the next term of the European Union, this will be also fundamental. Thank you. Thank you very much, Luis. We are well aware that 10 minutes is not enough, but there is so many issues on the table that we had to organize it somehow. But I think that all three speakers have gotten to the essence of the of your topic. So it's been your case. You've perfectly illustrated us about the deforestation, the global framework or the frameworks for biodiversity. You've given great importance to the management of water, amongst other things. I remember that as part of one of the gatherings that we organized with members of the Juristic Academia and awardees of the Carlos V award, one of them said that the future wars will be around water. It's 5 years from now. You still have 5 years for maneuvering. For hopefully we won't get to that, but we know there are already conflicts around water. There's something fundamental also in our struggle against climate change. It's very important to struggle against that new movement opposing that need to fight against climate change, right? So maybe you have comments on that. See Christian Gimmers and the ambassador of Honduras, maybe. Please, Christian. Yes, thank you, Miguel. Following Monica's last words, brain and heart, in order to underline 3 things. First, that comes from a woman. And I've been trying to understand for 40 years why something so irreversible and vital to humanity, why we haven't been doing anything significant. There are very many projects and very interesting, and we know that, but why so far there is no effectiveness in actions and implementations? I'm not going to develop my vision here, but there is neuroscience there as well, telling us about things. The human brain comes from an animal, the Sternenkämmerkist, and I am convinced that the greatest speakers for negating climate change are all male, and that's quite significant. I've talked to many neurologists, and there is something around there somehow. And I think humanity is still half animals. The brain cortex has not taken, and the heart also has not taken the weight either. That comes even more from the feminine side because, male individuals also have a feminine side. But when things go bad and when the risks go up, when there are wars, etc., this animal, this striatum, takes the floor, and the results, we see it with Trump and other crazy people who are leading us. But anyway, another comment. You were speaking about the successful struggle against the loss of the ozone layer. That was one of the very few successful examples of international cooperation. But there, the male individuals were very much impacted because that greatly impacted them in the present is not the case for climate change yet. And some people told me, why should I, and some people have told me in the States, why should I worry about the next generation? This generation has not done anything for me. That comes from the Trump side, right? And it's today generation who is going to live there. Miguel, when I said that Miguel is going to have to pay for the electricity bill, it's not a joke. We don't have very many years left. You were speaking about 5 years time. I agree with you. If we don't take any radical measures, such as increasing radically the price of fossil fuels and taking measures against meat-based food, because the methane emission is 50 times more serious than the CO2, right? So there is a gender dimension, there is a monetary dimension. We've also spoken about that. And we also need brains and heart. Some brains to analyze where the barriers are. I'd say it's the monetary one, is the brain one, and the gender one, and then democracy functions that way, right? It's the famous paradox of the horizon. A democracy is incapable of looking ahead to the future. They only see short term. I'm not saying that I'm not fostering benevolent dictators, right? I'm in favor of democracy, but democracies are incapable of thinking 20 years ahead. Please, Ambassador, Mr. Ambassador. Yes, thank you. Very briefly, in the name of CELAC, I'd like to thank the European Union and the European Commission for having actually postponed the implementation of the regulation against deforestation for SMEs and for larger companies. And I want to reflect about that, and I would like to respectfully ask the cooperating agencies that, together with our own agencies, we try to orient the export associations in the respective countries to be ready in a year, because larger businesses were ready, but smaller businesses, we only have about 1.5 years in order for them to be ready. So thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ambassador. Speakers, panelists can answer to the questions. Monica, please. First, I really liked the reflection by Christian. I wanted to share with you something that really caught my attention. Coleman, he spoke about emotional intelligence, and he wrote a specific book about ecological intelligence. If climate change is so imminent, why we are not doing anything? You were speaking about the reptilian brains and them focusing on survival, right? But there are the indigenous peoples who are much more connected to nature, who are capable for having this, for activating a different part of the cortex. I'm not an expert in this. They know that something's going to happen, and they actually protect themselves before that event happens, right? I wanted to say that there is a lack of tie. There's a lack of bond between us human beings and nature. It's and I agree with that masculine way of acting. It doesn't mean that only men do it. It's a defense mechanism, right? But right now there are no mammoths any longer. We have to work collectively with some collective intelligence, and we don't know how to do it, right? Whatever is not working, you said it before, let's leave it. And if we don't know how to do it, well, let's recognize that we don't and let's learn it. And I also agree with what you're saying that we should start working bottom up. India and China came with a concrete project to the meetings. They said, we don't have water here. We didn't have water here. Now we have water. So yes, that was a lesson from us, I think, and we have to make progress in that respect. And also, we must acknowledge that we are human beings, we're part of nature, and we have the capacity to have a vision for the future. And let's recognize that we don't know how to do some things. As far as negationism goes, we've always had that. I remember that when there was the Kyoto Protocol, even though there was a United States administrator that was favorable for that, the Congress didn't approve it. And despite the fact that Al Gore got the Nobel Prize, they couldn't go on with it. We are a democratic society, and we must be based on arguments and evidences. And now I think we have a privileged situation for our capacity for being informed. I think that we must make people understand that there are only positive things stemming from protecting the environment, respecting the environment. I think that's a good message, yes, because sensitization, awareness building is fundamental in this respect. Many times, those who, as they say, the bad people, the evil people never sleep, right? So deniers never sleep as well. I have fear here as an emotion as well. I think that the volume, the size of the problem is such that many times we, as individual citizens, we say, I'll just park that. I'll just leave that aside. I think that giving a space to the emotions is painfully needed because not everything is rational. And you also asked me how we coordinated. I don't know if I should speak about as a decentralized cooperation. We're 17 autonomous regions here in Spain. Almost all of us have activities in international cooperation for development. We have an inter-territorial commission, which has transformed itself into an intersectional commission, and that's for the Spanish space. It's a sort of ecosystem that enables us to build relationships amongst each other and to build together and to have similar horizons and perspectives. We do have specialized areas. The different autonomies have areas of specializations. It's not so much geographical specializations, but sector specialization. And we do have this sort of bottom-up perspective or approach. We are within the framework of the Council of Regions and Municipalities at the European at the European level. And that has a lot to do with the foreign policy of every country. International cooperation doesn't go their way, never goes their way. And also, for some countries, so Belgium or Germany, they are totally decentralized, so they're doing their own things. Well, some people don't know how cooperation goes, so this is good explanations for that.
Simplemente lo mío es aporte, nada más que ponerlo encima de la mesa para contrastar. Y evidentemente.
I just want to make a contribution as a contrast. We have talked about the environment here, but I would also want to give value and disseminate the idea that guarantees and the efficiency of in terms of rights is also very important. For example, in the next panel, I am going to talk about the Ibero-American Judicial Summit 2014, the 17th edition. The Environmental Agency was created. There's a clear awareness there. It's composed of 10 members. Most of them are magistrates from the Supreme Court. It's selected every 2 years. And there is a high awareness in terms of the efficiency of rights, environmental rights, and the progress of different measures on the judicial level. Judicial decisions are always after the fact, but those are the ones that create changes and dialogues with lawmakers. So we have established on a Latin American level, we have created environmental capacity trainings, because there is also a trend for the specialization of judicial bodies, because it depends on the workload. And there is an environmental justice portal. We're talking about cooperation, and we're talking about a very regular and ongoing work focused on awareness raising and the training of the judicial elements, and there's a clear need to raise awareness of all the topics that have been raised here. Thank you very much, Magistrate. It is fundamental for the judiciary to take care of these elements. There's a new element that we have been hearing for a number of years, which is ecocide, which introduces the potential responsibility, legal responsibility in the event of environmental crimes. Luis, we're going to give you the floor for you to wrap up this morning's panel before we break for lunch. Thanks very much. I'm going to be very brief. I just want to thank Christian for his reflection. I share it with him. What Juan was just saying is very important, and I want to emphasize the importance of the Escazú agreement. The Escazú agreement is fundamental for ensuring the public participation in environmental decisions, and it's also fundamental in terms of accessing justice in everything that concerns the environment. This clearly shows the willingness and the commitment that CELAC countries have. I want to thank the ambassador of Honduras, his words on the deforestation regulations and the proposal by the Commission to postpone the implementation 12 months. Many efforts have been made, and I want to thank the work of productive countries. They're making a great effort to transform their value chains. And I take note of the words from the ambassador about supporting small producers and small producers and exporters. As for people who deny climate change, I think pedagogy is much necessary. Sometimes it's a challenge to educate people on this. It is also very important, and we are seeing that there's a need to keep working on shared responsibility. All stakeholders on an international level, whether private or public, must take active part in these discussions and particularly in the implementation of solutions. And in this regard, explanations are important, but listening processes are even more important. I think we don't listen enough, and to fight against these denial attitudes, we need to understand where they come from. But it's not only people who hold denial positions. There are other different positions. In Cali, I took place in the Maloca. We had discussions with indigenous populations, and it was very rewarding because each territory, each person has a different perception of the value of nature, how it's used. Traditions are very important, and traditions are very different. Inside Europe, we have very different traditions. If we compare the north from the south, if we talk to someone from Sweden, their perception of forests differs very much from the ones we have in Mediterranean countries. If we visit other parts of the world, for example, in the countries in the Amazons, the perception, the values, and all the elements that are connected to nature are different, and we must understand them in our policies and in our cooperation. I just want to emphasize that we have to remain optimist. I said that as a commission officer, we must remain optimist. There's a lot to do. We don't always do things right. We don't always achieve our goals, but we must keep reflecting and acting jointly to address these major challenges for the future of everyone. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Luis. Let's wrap up this panel. Please send me an email with the elements that you want us to include in our report before the meeting in Brussels on the 6th. So you have some homework. Thanks for all the panelists. Thanks to all the people who made questions. And let's break for lunch.
Thank you.